Sometimes the law is compatible with human nature, but sometimes the two conflict. Balancing the two is a discipline in its own right. I'll remind you again. The law can be both a help and a hindrance.
Hello. Well. I bet this is a surprise. It is for me too. Yeah. So it turns out, Genshin's story got bigger like a short bit ago. And while I'm not a fan of the grindy day-to-day gameplay, I am invested in the story. So I'm going to play that today. I'm excited. Story's actually pretty good, so is the music. It's just the everything else that is not my favorite. So what do we need to play for this? Uh-huh. Interesting. So this kind of wants me to play Taurus in Iracundus as Taurus Iracundus as Ito's quest, which I can't even do. I need to complete Act 1 Warrior Streams like Sprinkler, Aggression Renewing. Volcana Somnolenta, which is Kokumi's quest. Okay. I need to complete that. And it wants me to do Imperatrix Umbrosa, which I think is Raiden. Yes. It is Raiden. And it also wants me to do Wherefore Did the Spirit Stone Descend? Which I don't think I have. Nope, I don't have that. Weird. Anyway, let's go here. Why not? Interlude quest. Or maybe we should actually do the other things. I don't know what order to play these in. Let's do this. Kokumi. Alright, I need to explore this still. I remember. How do I get there? Boat? There's probably boats somewhere. Yeah, there's boats here. Okay. Quest though. Let's go. Oh. Just sucking me into the cutscene. Okay.
This should be where Kokumi said to meet her. Do you still remember this place? Paimon remembers we came by here last time we visited Watatsumi Island. That was back when you did your stint as captain of Swordfish too. Paimon's curious whether the Resistance troops still remember you. Things on the island must have changed a lot since then. Oh, shall we take a look around?
Weird background noises.
If the enemy outnumbers you, seek their weakness and exploit it. If you outnumber the enemy, seek unequivocal domination and crush them. Marauders on the waterfront are supplied by sea. Burning their ships is the path to success.
General Goro, sir, do you have a verdict?
More or less. From the directives left behind by Her Excellency, we can surmise that a Fatui ship is moored nearby. This explains their aggressive posture. We could split into 2 teams, one to draw their attention, and the other to circle around behind enemy lines and set fire to their ship. They'd have nowhere to run. Then again, Madame Kokumi made clear that we are not to split up without sufficient forces. We'd risk being picked off one by one until our whole line of defense disintegrated.
That's not what the subtitle
I
says.
sent for reinforcements.
I doubt there's time. Based on their movements, they'd likely be gone before our troops arrived. Her Excellency's directives also stipulate that we should wait in ambush and avoid making the first move.
Yeah.
Since we lack sufficient troops, I don't think we can afford to engage the enemy at this time.
Sir,
The voice acting is so good.
Watch them leave? Surely there must be another way.
What is that beard?
Her Excellency's directives also state help may arrive when all seems
Another
lost.
12-year-old with a
As to where
beard.
this help is supposed to come from,
Hey, Goro! What are you guys up to?
Sup?
Captain.
There's help.
You've returned to Watatsumi Island.
Help has arrived.
That's great! Her Excellency's directives are as reliable as ever. You've arrived just in time. Recently, the remnants of the Fatui forces have been unusually active. We've been monitoring their movements, waiting in ambush here. Unfortunately, we don't have the manpower to split into 2 teams. Can we ask you to keep them occupied?
Hard to say no when it's the Fatui. Whatever they're planning, we won't let them get away with it.
Good. There's not a moment to lose. We'll go behind enemy lines and sabotage their ship. Let's meet back here afterward. Watch yourselves. We'll be back shortly.
Seems like the Resistance still remembers us. Come on, let's help them get this situation under control.
Well then, shall we?
Shine down. Sakura swirl. Invisible evidence. Motion to compel.
-1.
Inazuma shines eternal. There is no escape.
Oh crap. He's an electro beam. Ah. Attacking electro person with electro is not a good idea.
Illusion shattered. My apologies.
Bad with frost strikes. Rather well.
Motion to compel. Shine down. Incinerate.
And then. Oh, more people.
Curse them! You leave us no choice but to attack! Comrades, make them regret it!
Comrades, so they really are fucking Russia. Okay.
Went too far!
Whirling snap. Illusion shattered. Torn to oblivion.
Her attack moves look so cool.
There is no escape. My opponent.
What's the good against Earth? Oh, fire. Oh, good to know. Nice.
We were lucky to have you here. We'd have no way to prevent their escape without you.
What's that you're holding? Is it the directives from Kokomi? Let Paimon see. Oh, wow. This is a whole book. Is it all Kokomi's directives?
Yeah. Well, no, not all of them. I have 5 more volumes with me.
Are you serious?
Oh, my headphones are almost
Her
empty.
Excellency
That's what the
always
noise
plans
is.
for every scenario. Plus, these are her general operational
charge them,
directives,
then.
which are more comprehensive than most. Still, we're fortunate to have them. They make sure we're prepared for every eventuality, no matter how complex.
Understanding every eventuality sounds tiring enough, let alone writing them all down.
Also sounds impossible.
Took me a heck of a long time.
Captain, are you back on Watatsumi Island to lead Swordfish 2 again? We've all been feeling your absence. Her Excellency says that now is a time of peace, and that we should reduce the size of the military and focus on helping the civilian population return to normal life. About half of us are still organized into task forces, supporting the platoons. The other half have been given various other functions like patrol, construction, and farming. Of course, not everyone's happy about it. The other day, an old buddy of mine was grumbling about being forced to build houses. Said they'd have to drag him away from the front line, kicking and screaming.
The spirit of the resistance is alive and well, huh? Anyway, we're here because Kokomi...
But resistance against what?
Do you know where we can find her, Goro?
I believe Her Excellency is currently at Boro Village. There were reports of a possible disturbance over there. If I'm not mistaken, Her Excellency has gone to deal with it in person. We should probably get going ourselves. And, also, on your way over, please check in on the soldiers.
I'll
I'm sensing a growing unease among them, but I don't know what's causing it. They won't say.
Good boy.
They used to tell me all their concerns, but whatever this is, they're keeping it hidden. I don't like it one bit. I suspect there's trouble afoot.
Afoot. Sure.
Sounds good. Paimon was just thinking it'd be good to see everyone again. Ready when you are.
I'm good. We can go. Let's go. Started. Wee. Actually, oh, I'm so close. Ah, whatever. Hello.
Wait, aren't you Captain of Swordfish too?
Yep, that's
Oh,
me.
It is you. Oh, you have our gratitude. Watatsumi Island wouldn't have come to peace without your efforts. I wasn't with Swordfish 2, but I did see you in Tatarasuna. Oh, you really gave it to those shogunate samurai in the fight of honor. Oh, it was quite the show.
The impact of Genshin. That sounds like the One Piece.
Is there anything you need from me? I'm at your service.
Hi, Kakuin. How are you doing? I have summoned you with an
On edge, you say? Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I've noticed it too. In fairness, the battle isn't long over, and, well, perhaps it isn't quite over for them. You know what I mean? Every single person looked death in the face that day.
Very tired.
It's
I
not
can
an
imagine.
experience you forget in a hurry. Victory's declared, and all of a sudden, the fighting's over. But people can't just
Work
snap
is
back into
always a
normal
number.
life again. I think things will improve, but it's gonna take some time. I don't know what else it could be, but what I do know is that as long as Her Excellency is with us, Watatsumi Island is safe. And all the more so now that you're back. Seriously, if there's ever anything you need, just say the word.
What a nice guy. Let's go ask some other
Do you play in Japanese? I doubt you play in Korean or Chinese, so... yeah. I can try it. Shouldn't take too long to download. Where is it? Audio? No? No? There it is. Japanese, yep. Just give it a second. See, this is how downloading things looks on good internet. Okay, so I also think Paimon in English is horrible. But that is not to the detriment of the voice actor. Karina Betka, are a wonderful voice actor, and they have voiced Mizuki in AI The Somnium Files, which is an excellent role, executed perfectly, no notes. So it's the direction for Paimon that's the issue. It's not the voice actor in this case. But yeah, that's 2 gigabytes. I can just switch languages in like a minute. It's no problem. Yeah, so that's how gigabyte internet looks. A gigabit. I'm actually even getting below my maximum rate right now. If this was actually gigabit download right now, I would be getting 1 gigabyte every 8 seconds. At maximum speed, my connection can download this 10 gigabyte file in a bit more than a minute. But the Genshin servers are probably throttling me right now. Because download servers usually only have about 10 gigabytes up. So giving me one of those, not good. But yeah, the impact of Genshin, that sounds like the One Piece. But honestly, based on Honkai impact, the impact of Genshin would actually be the arrival of the travelers, because the event that is named the Honkai impact the third Honkai impact is the arrival of the third wave of Honkai aliens on Earth. So the Genshin impact is probably actually the Traveler's arrival. Because so far we are the only aliens on this planet, the only people that haven't been born on Teyvat and have canonically been coming here from somewhere else. At least as far as we know, we have not been born here. But yeah. I have to say though, like, the English dub has some issues, but there's one person in the English dub that is just English is the best dub, and that is Zhongli. Zhongli's voice in English is just perfect. Fight integrity. One million years later. Yes. I'm pretty sure I can't do the voice justice, but... Osmantha's wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those to share the memory? Anyway. Now everyone's Japanese. I will have order! Yes. Hello. You suddenly sound 10 years younger than your English.
どこかで見たような。誰だったか思い出せない。だが敵じゃないようだな。何か用か。みんなに落ち着きがない？そうか？全然そうは感じなかったが。
はい。
普段から他人と会話をするのが好きじゃないからかもな。俺からすりゃあいつらはいつも騒がしいからさ。せっかくの平和なんだ。ちゃんと味わっておかないと。ここで日向ぼっこして海風に吹かれる。俺のやるべきことは
The fucking yawn in the delivery.
悪いな。お前たちの質問に答えられなくて。産後宮様に聞いてみるといい。あの人なら何でも知ってる。
うわー、もう眠っちゃいそうだぞ。これ以上邪魔するのはやめとこう。他の人に聞こうぜ。
Unfortunately, I won't be able to understand any of the characters' idle lines now. Because I don't speak Japanese and there's no subtitles.
和平交渉に同意するなんて、産後宮様は一体何を考えてるんだ。
ああ、天領奉行の奴らは全く信用できない。奴ら秘密裏にファデュイと結託して、俺たちと引き続き戦争しようとしてるらしいぞ。
No, they haven't.
本当か？それは確かなんだろうな。
もちろん本当のことだ。俺たちの仲間がファデュイと対峙した時、陰謀を企ててる奴らを見たそうだ。
やっぱりそうだったのか。天領奉行の奴ら、未だに横島な心を。産後宮様はやはり甘い。奴らを簡単に信じるなんて。
静かに。誰か来る。
何を話してたんだ？
隊長？戻っていたんですね。
Yeah, sure, but like, I would like to understand them. Victory feast.
隊長に言ってもいいか？
やめておけ。この人は産後宮様に買われている人物だ。彼女も和平交渉を主張するかもしれない。
隊長なら俺たちを理解してくれるはずだろ？いや、でも確かに。
I am right next to you.
その隊長の帰還歓迎します。こちらは何も異常ありません。すべて順調です。
No.
産後宮様は村にいると思います。
Rude.
隊長もそちらへ向かってはいかがでしょう。
おい、なんかこそこそ何かを言ってたような。でも言いたくないなら仕方ない。まずは村に行ってみようぜ。
Ah. Impact. Where? There.
早く言え。渡積島から仕入れた品物をこっそり天領奉行に渡してるんだろう。天領奉行の商人であるお前が渡積島
What is your voice?
前々からおかしいと思ってたんだ。今回こそは言い逃れできまい。
誤解です。
誤解？何を今さら。やはりお前が渡積島で商売することに同意するんじゃなかったぜ。連れてけ。
はい。
お待ちを。
ここにいたのか。何か揉め事みたいだぞ。事情を聞いてくれ。
産後宮様、この商人が怪しい行動をとっていたゆえ
Fish.
捕まえておきました。私どもの調べによれば彼は長期的に商品を仕入れているのですが、それらを売っていないようです。それなのに品物を持っていないため、きっと天領奉行にこっそり運んでいるに違いありま
What is
せん。
that voice?
違います。私は。
そこまで。皆さん冷静に私と一緒に深呼吸しましょう。少しは落ち着きましたか？
Okay,
松田
fish.
内村、渡積島の安全を心配する気持ちは私も理解していますよ。ですがその前にこちらの商人さんが過ちを犯したかどうかにかかわらず、少なくとも 弁解する機会を与えるべきではないですか。過ちを犯せば罰を受けるのは当然。しかしそうでなければ冤罪を着せるわけにはいきません。渡積島で行われる物事は主観的な判断ではなく、全て事実に基づくものでなくては。商人さん、私の部下が品物のことについて疑問を抱いています。そのことについて説明をなさってから私が判断を下すというのはいかがでしょうか。
はい、もちろん。渡積島で商売を始めてから確かに在庫を多数抱えていました。もう少し在庫を確保して商品の値段が上がった頃に売ろうかと。
Nah, honestly, the Japanese dub isn't working for me.
しかしそんな時、仕入れた品物をファデュイに奪われてしまったんです。私が何をしたというのでしょう。品物は奪われた上にあなたたちに尋問までされるなんて。
それが本当かどうかなんてわからないだろう。
We did one for Tui.
ファデュイに奪われたという証明にはならない。それに天領奉行とファデュイは結託してるんだ。ファデュイの手に渡ったということは天領奉行の手に渡ったも同義。
天領奉行がファデュイと結託？それはどこからの情報ですか？私は何も知りません。それに結託していたとしても私と関係ないじゃないですか。
戦争はもう終わったのに天領奉行がまだファデュイと結託してるのか？オイラは違うと思うけど。オイラたちこの前九条家の名代に会ったんだ。そういうことをするような人じゃなかったと思うぞ。でもここに来るまで確かに兵士たちがそのことについて話してたな。ここみ、お前は何か知ってるか？
確かにそのような報告を聞きました。
What do you mean pre-redemption?
もう少し経てば
Poogie is barely
私たちと天領
redeemed.
奉行の和平交渉の日になります。今回の交渉は上里家によって仕切られ中立地点で行われます。私と九条沙羅がそれぞれ自衛を引き連れ、これからのことについてしっかりと計画を立てる予定です。しかしそのような大事な時期にとある噂を耳にしました。九条家が未だにファデュイと結託しており、渡積島を壊滅させようと企んでいると。もしそれが本当なら交渉は罠である可能性が、そして上里家もそれに関わっているかもしれません。商人さん、あなたの品物は本当にファデュイに奪われたのですか？
本当です。嘘はついていません。ファデュイは私の品物を奪ってあちらの方に行きました。そこに秘密の拠点があるのかもしれません。
わかりました。容易ならぬ事態です。私たちがあなたの品物を取り戻しましょう。うまくいけばあなたの身の潔白も証明できます。もし本当にファデュイと天領奉行の結託を証明するような事態が起きた場合、あなたには調査に協力してもらう必要があります。よろしいですね。
異論ありません。産後宮様が直々にお手伝いをしてくださるなんて、なんとお礼を申せば。
松田、内村、あなたたちは？
産後宮様の仰せのままに。
よろしい。旅人、いえ、メカジキ小隊2番隊隊長、私と共にこのことについて調査していただけますか？
Ma'am, yes, ma'am.
そうかしこまらず、これから何があろうとひとまず今は平和な時期なんですから。それにあなたもずっと渡積島にとどまるわけにはいかないでしょ。お互いに肩書きの違いはあれど、少なくとも友達のように振る舞いませんか？
But yeah, so the main problem with the Japanese dub is the subtitles are down here and all of the interesting shit is up here. So I'm missing half the story either way. Because I'm either just reading subtitles or looking at the animation, but I can't do both. Also, the subtitle font is just pure ass, I'm sorry. It's not good. It's barely readable over the background in some scenes. The subtitle font sucks. The text boxes are pretty, sure, but they are hard to read as shit. Oh, okay. No menu for me.
少女の言っていたファデュイの拠点はこちらで間違いなさそうですね。置いてあるものを見たところ、ここはもともとヒルチャールの拠点だったのでしょう。それがなぜかファデュイに占拠されてしまっています。
うわー、すごく守りが硬そうだ。オイラたち本当に入れるのか？
力ずくで突破するのは難しいかと。ですが問題ありません。
We have the high
ここは私たちに
ground.
とって有利な地形です。それに私たちがいることも相手に露見していません。敵は名所、こちらは暗所。策謀を張り巡らすのに私の考えでは3つの策。1つ、金属金王。稲妻に残っているファデュイの勢力は微々たるものです。その高所から飛び降り敵の大将を仕留めることができれば増票を打たずとも勝利を得られるでしょう。2つ、虎の意を狩る。あちらをご覧ください。火薬樽が積まれています。彼らが気づかないうちに火薬を起爆できれば大打撃を与えることができます。不意をつかれた相手は確実に動揺し戦力も大幅に低下するでしょう。そして最後、地の利を生かすこと。ここは海の近く、水気に覆われています。周囲の水蒸気を集めあなたの雷で麻痺させることができます。
さすがココミ、こんなに早く策を思いつくなんて。
Juicy for
結
Tui.
局どの策で行くんだ？
この3つの策にある大きな違いは実行者の自身に対する判断能力にあります。情報から飛び降り拠点を奇襲する、最も早く解決できる方法ですが高い武力を求められます。爆発で相手の人員を瞬時に減らせば正面からの戦いを避けられるでしょう。しかし気配を消し隠密行動する必要、そして地の利を生かすには着実に戦いを繰り広げる必要があるため、彼らを拠点から引きずり出せば拠点の状態を保ったままにすることがですが、私たちはこれまで共に戦う機会がそれほど多く、でもご安心ください。私は武闘派とはとても言えません。ファデュイの拠点を片付け、ご案内失策です。下がれ、くらえ。彼らの動きが鈍くなってきました。どうやらうまくいきましたね。はあ、くらえ。さあ見切りました。ソーランの憩い、下がれ。
Vaporize and then. And bonk.
逃げ道はありません。
Are you done? Thank you.
見切りました。深海のカゴ、ご安心を。さあ、裁きの雷、稲光、すなわち永遠なり。
Ah, yes.
お見事です。
The pretty colored pixels. Good.
ココミが考えてくれた戦術のおかげだ。
どんな戦術であろうと最終的には誰かが実行しなければなりません。 これまで勝利を収めてきた戦いにおいて大事だったのは私一人の力などではなく皆さんの努力なんです。
そうだな。おいらもすっごく貢献。おい
You did nothing,
です
Paimon.
が、まさかファデュイがヒルチャールの拠点に潜み、これほど長くここで陣取っていたと彼らの目的は何なのでしょう。この拠点を詳しく調査しましょう。あの商人が、
あたりを見
No, I'm switching languages again.
This place is chock full of bomb-making materials. This is way too dangerous. We should tell Kokumi right away and figure out the best way to deal with it. Hey, look here. Could these belong
Why?
to the merchant? So these are the Fatui food supplies? They look a little past their best. Is this really all they had to eat?
Honestly, I don't think... To me, Japanese Paimon is no better.
Kokumi!
Paimon's just an annoying character.
We found the merchant's stuff. Look. I see. Oh, nothing. I just zoned out for a moment. Let's see here. Yes, these are the stolen goods, all right. Food, medicine, farming tools. All essential for post-war recovery. And he was probably stockpiling them until he could make a handsome profit. By contrast, it's doubtful that the Tenryou Commission has any need of these items, so the idea that he was supplying them doesn't make a lot of sense. In all likelihood, he's just an opportunistic merchant. Nothing quite as scandalous as Matsuda and Uchimura had imagined. He's hardly a saint, though, right? How could he stockpile things that people are desperate for? We're not just gonna give them back to him and let him go, are we? It doesn't feel right. Don't worry. I had already foreseen this. In my recently issued post-war temporary decree, I included restrictions on the prices of essential everyday goods.
English fish.
These items will ultimately reach the people at a reasonable price.
See, you get to re-experience the story in English.
It's unlikely he ever would have ended up in this predicament. Kokumi, you think of everything! I wish that were true. Take this alleged collusion between the Tenryou Commission and the Fatui, for example. I'm still completely stumped. The low energy doesn't exactly help. What do you mean by that? Nothing. Come on, let's take the goods back. It's not long now until the victory feast. It'll be a race against the clock to get all of this resolved before it starts.
Fish.
First we mend the peace, then we attend the feast.
Aww. I'm honestly half expecting someone to come in here and like complain about the dub I'm using. For some reason, there's a huge amount of the community that just shit on the English dub endlessly. It's not bad though. Paimon sucks in every language. She's just as annoying, if not more, in Japanese. It's just probably not obvious as much to European people how annoying she is.
you got him back, huh? Thank you, Your Excellency. And thank you, Captain. You see? I told you I was innocent.
I'm not so sure. You could have easily planned the whole thing with the Fatui in advance.
Based on the information we gathered from the Fatui camp, there's nothing to suggest he had any correspondence with them. Had it been the case, then knowing how the Fatui operates, they would have left some evidence of it.
But what if...
No ifs, no buts. We've recovered the goods. As agreed, this is sufficient to establish his innocence.
Apologies.
Guess we got carried away.
What did I tell you? You army numbskulls don't have a clue. All brawn and no brains coming to me with your crazy conspiracies. Lay off me next time, got it?
Sir, I'm afraid you're getting ahead of yourself. You may be innocent of the accusations originally leveled at you, but hoarding essential goods is a crime under the temporary decree. You must bear the consequences. You have already admitted to being the owner of these goods, so we are obliged to respond with appropriate measures. In addition to enforcing the sale of these goods at the accepted rates, there will also be a fine, the amount of which...
Wait, Your Excellency, whose side are you on here?
I have no business taking sides. As the Divine Priestess of Watatsumi Island, I abide by the principle of clear and consistent rewards and punishments. Just as merit must be recognized, mistakes must be penalized. You may have been proven innocent of the more serious allegations leveled at you, but this does not exempt you from bearing the consequences of your mistakes.
Wait a minute,
Well, don't just stand there. Take him away. Time to pay up.
Your Excellency, he says all the goods belong to him, but it doesn't add up. Those of a Tenryo Commission emblem are probably his, but not the rest. Especially these ones. They're clearly for shrine use.
It seems the Fatui simply dumped all their stolen goods in one place.
Among Us.
Leave the shrine paraphernalia to me. As for the rest, I'll leave you to sift through and try to track down the owners. I know, that's a lot to ask.
Not at all, Your Excellency. We're on it. But if I may, Your Excellency, maybe there were no signs of collusion in this case, but our people know what they saw. Something is going on between the Tenryo Commission and the Fatui. I know the peace talks are coming up, so please keep an open mind.
I understand your concern. I'll be sure to give it further consideration.
Oof.
I'm going to take these items back to the Sangonomiya Shrine. Why don't you come along for the walk?
Sastui.
Watatsumi Island observes different customs than the rest of Venus.
It's the walk.
I imagine it must all seem a little alien to you.
They did this for A's quest too.
It's been a long time since I last came to this village. There's been a lot to deal with recently.
Oh, by the way, talking about walking,
I'll take you to visit Watatsumi Island's old shrine.
I forgot to do the anniversary quest on the Benui. It actually got removed yesterday. I completely forgot.
You know, the earliest shrine on Watatsumi Island was not located in Sangonomiya. It was close to the Statue of the Seven. Back then, the people of this island recognized the shogun's existence, despite not venerating her as the shogunate do.
But I did play it on the
After she
main
struck
side.
down our protector deity, the shrine was abandoned. Relations between Watatsumi Island and the shogunate have soured ever since. Mistrust has become deep-rooted over time. I've been hoping to raise all this at the peace talks and discuss it properly. Grievances have to be let go eventually.
Your Excellency, what brings you out this way on your busy schedule? Oh my, you're looking a little worse for wear. You need to take better care of yourself, okay? All of our fates depend on you.
Thanks for your concern, but I'm fine.
Are you now?
Your Excellency, I beg you, heed a word of advice. After all this time fighting the Shogun's army, peace is not something that can simply be declared. If we reconcile with them, the god who once protected us will have died in vain.
Come on, that's ancient history. Besides, the fighting is barely over. We should be grateful to be at peace once more.
I know, it's just... we should remain strong in these negotiations. We mustn't be too ready to compromise.
I appreciate your concerns. I will consider the options carefully, and be sure to proceed appropriately.
Wonderful. We're all counting on you, Your Excellency.
No pressure.
Your Excellency? Well, I'll be... fancy meeting you at a place like this. Do you know, my daughter's enrolled herself in the Shrine Maiden selection process this year. If she makes it into Sangonomiya, I'll be one very happy mother. You're a kind and gracious leader. She'd be in very good hands. I'm always telling my daughter that if she gets the chance to learn from Her Excellency directly, she must make the most of it. I mean, just look at Her Excellency, still so young, but so mature and intelligent. My daughter has always looked to you as a role model.
Well, if she comes to Sangonomiya, I'll look out for her.
Your Excellency. Boy, am I glad you're here. As you know, agricultural output has taken a pretty big hit this year. Let me bring you up to speed on the latest situation.
Oh, Your Excellency! Isn't this the captain of Swordfish 2? Will she be based on Watatsumi Island from now on?
Your Excellency!
Leave her the fuck alone!
Remain calm, everyone. I'll get around to all your queries. Though, for the longer ones, I'd prefer it if you could write a report and submit it to the shrine. Then I can respond to each one as and when I have the time.
Yeah, same.
You alright?
This is testing my patience.
Me too. It does get pretty annoying.
Your Excellency, here you are. There's been a situation. We're still waiting on the delivery of a whole batch of ceremonial items. I'm beginning to worry that they've been stolen.
Oh, we retrieved those already. No need to worry.
Really? That's fantastic! You never cease to amaze us, Your Excellency. I sorted through all the petitions received recently and placed them on your desk. Also, according to the schedule, you're just in time for your meeting today on the development of the textiles industry.
That's today? Right now?
Yes, the two young ladies have arrived safely. We're just waiting for you.
I see. I was hoping to take a walk around the island with you, but it looks like we'll have to save that for some other time. Well, let's rendezvous tomorrow at the entrance to Sangonomiya Shrine. Then we'll go and make preparations for the victory feast. Yay! The victory feast! Just to be clear, we're talking lots of delicious food, right? That's the name of the game. There'll be some Watatsumi Island specialties,
God damn
which
it.
I'm sure you'll enjoy. Great! See you tomorrow, then!
Paimon's voice just clipped. Paimon's voice just legitimately clipped. Oh my god. They overwhelmed the microphone. Ah. Okay, let's time. Wee. Yay! We have done it. Waiting complete. Fish. I mean, you can slap whatever you want. You have the power of the slap.
Kokomi isn't here yet. That's weird. She doesn't seem like the type to show up late to things. Let's wait a little longer.
Except corpses. Don't slap corpses.
How is she still not here? Do you think she could be in trouble? Let's go ask that soldier over there.
Are you looking for Her Excellency? I'm afraid she isn't here at the moment. I don't know where she's gone.
So strange. Guess we should just call it a rain check then?
Not necessarily. If I recall correctly, Her Excellency has made special provisions for such a scenario in her general operational directives. Let me see. Yes, number 98. Should a visitor from afar come to see me, and should my whereabouts be unknown, direct them to proceed southward until they arrive at a tree with purple foliage. The footnote stipulates that this only applies when Her Excellency has made no communication regarding her whereabouts before disappearing. And even then, only when the visitor in question is of VIP status. As far as I'm concerned, you two tick all of the boxes. I keep this directive on me at all times. I'm sure this is the right course of action.
What the fuck?
He really does think of everything. All right, let's find the place she wrote about and have a look.
What the fuck? Ah, yeah, so in case that the most important guest arrives and I haven't told anyone where I am, send them to this tree. What? The mythical tree.
Are you sure this is the right place? It feels like we keep heading deeper into the middle of nowhere. Hey, doesn't that tree look like the one she described in the directive? It looks like there's a way in over there. Let's take a look.
Ah? Oh, hello. I too have an office in some random hole.
Kokomi! So this is where you ran off to. We were gonna meet up and get things ready for the victory feast today. What happened?
It's you.
Fish.
I apologize. I'm not feeling my usual self today.
You got sick? We'll go find a doctor right away!
No. It's nothing like that. It's just... my energy is completely spent.
You run on energy? You mean you're like a ruin guard?
No, it's just a figure of speech.
Ha.
I'm ashamed to admit it, but I can't always be the infinitely capable person I present myself as.
Yeah, obviously.
You noticed? I guess I haven't quite mastered the ability to hide how I'm feeling. I'll keep working at it.
No?
To be honest, I'm not really cut out to be a leader. At first, my dream was to read up on military strategy and perhaps become an advisor. constantly communicating with people, trying to retain their morale, having to read between the lines, making sure everyone gets the recognition they deserve. It's such hard work. You're somehow supposed to make people feel wonderful, just from being in your presence, while also commanding their respect. It doesn't come naturally to me. And truth be told, it's something I never wanted for myself. But because of my bloodline, I was always going to end up being the Divine Priestess, sooner or later. Like it or not, it's just the way it is. So, whenever I feel overwhelmed, I come here to just lose myself in a book and relax for a while. Don't worry, it doesn't affect my work. I handed over preparations for the victory feast to someone else. I have to make a speech tonight, and I mustn't give the troops any reason to suspect that something could be wrong. This peace was hard won, and I want them to feel at ease.
Is there anything we can do to help?
I should be feeling energized again soon if I hold off on work for a little longer. If only there was some way I could listen to a good read on military strategy. I'm sure that'd speed up the process.
You can with today's sponsor, Audible. This would be such a banger spot for a fucking ad placement.
I was reading a book last time I was here, but I only got about halfway through. Where did I put it?
We'll find it for you.
This would be perfect for an audiobook sponsor.
You do that for me? Thank you. I'm really lucky you came back to Watatsumi Island.
公文書がたくさん置いてあるな。休みの時もこうして時間を空けて公文書を処理してるのか？産後宮事業活動の村流通報告、漁業生産の年次総合管理報告書、
I wanted to make a point here.
施設の維持管理費配分の月次報告。こんなにたくさんのことを処理しなきゃいけないのか。それにここみは普段虎の巻も書いてるし、多くの人とも会ってる。あんなにやつれるのも無理ないな。早く兵学の本を探してここみに元気になってもらおう。
I want to make a point here about Japanese Paimon. Japanese Paimon sounds extremely childish in the way she speaks. She never uses any prepositionals about Paimon. Always talking about always talking about herself in first person, in third person. She speaks extremely slowly. And she does the the entire time. She literally sounds like a child, like a baby. That is not like adult level speaking. Japanese has a very low per syllable information density. It's a very fast language. The fuck?
今日はメカジキ2番隊隊長が戻ってきた。エネルギープラス4。それは。
And if we did, it was all Paimon's fault.
これも違うみたいだな。もう少し探そう。
I obviously do read her dialogue. She is half the dialogue. I'm not going to ignore half the game. I might as well not play it if I ignore her dialogue.
多分この本だな。ほら、ここみが挟んだしおりもある。しおりがないのはもう読み終わった本だろうな。なんか難しい内容で全くわからないぞ。今すぐこの兵学の本を持って行ってここみに読み聞かせようぜ。
は
ここみ、探してたのはこの本か？
よく覚えていません。少し読んでいただけますか？はい、それです。お願いします。
You read Kokumi her favorite military treatise?
ここみ、どうしよう。ここみが寝ちゃったぞ。今夜は祝賀会があるし、それにもう本当に
Let her sleep.
大丈夫なのか？
Let Kokumi sleep.
でも確かに疲れてるみたいだ。まだ時間があるならもう少しだけ休ませてあげるか。
But I guess what I'm gonna do is play the story in Japanese because it kinda works, but I will do like the regular gameplay in English.
戦争は終わりました。すべてがいい方向へ。
Because I hate not understanding the idol
見届けられま
voice
したか。
lines.
私、眠ってしまったのですか？今は何時でしょう？
すっごく長い間寝てたぞ。もうすぐ映画が始まる時間みたいだ。
そんなに長く。これほど安らかに眠ったのは久しぶりです。少なくともエネルギーも3点は回復したような気がします。これで和平交渉の終わりまで耐えられるはず。ありがとうございます。私たちも早く映画の場に行きましょう。
ここみがいつもの状態に戻った。よかったな。
Why is this quest so long? Ah!
It looks like everything's in place for the feast. But I still need to give a quick speech before the festivities begin.
Oh, how much energy will that take? Do you think you've got enough?
Don't worry, I've got plenty. Thanks to you two, I recovered more quickly than usual.
That's great! We'll be rooting for you.
Welcome, everyone. Today is the day that we celebrate our victory. Recently, our war with the Shogun's army came to an end, and we finally saw the abolition of the Vision Hunt.
I mean, that's why I'm playing this.
None of us can know what the Inazuma of the future will look like. Tomorrow, I meet with the Tenryo Commission for peace talks. I give you my word that I will strive for peace for Watatsumi Island once and for all. Thank you all for your valiant efforts throughout. Truly, it is only through those efforts that we have been able to prevail in this trying war. This feast is held in honor of each and every one of you gathered here today. I hope all of you get to relax and enjoy our hard-won victory.
Are we done? No. No matter who you are, no.
Seems to have gone off without a hitch. I'm so glad it's all going smoothly. People tend to be more open when they're in a good mood. Could I ask you to go around and see what info— I still have no further leads regarding the issue of potential collusion between the Tenryou Commission and the Fatui. And I'm concerned that something might happen at tomorrow's peace talks.
Okay, sure. We'll go ask around.
Why is this so long?
Watatsumi Island is finally at peace, and it's recently. Well, the biggest thing for us is that we can finally get back out on the ocean to fish.
But why would you fish if your leader is one?
Full of warships. We just when the catch wasn't good, we'd go to bed ravenous. And I hear you're captain of Swordfish too, is it?
Yes.
Come on, take it. Without you, we.
Okay, well.
I don't care. I have read all of his lines, by the way.
Vegetables? Nature's remedy when you overdo the barbecue.
I've read every single one of those lines. I've gotten very fast at reading.
Are you referring to the thing about the Tenryou Commission and the Fatui? It's funny you should say that the soldiers seem excitable, though. I've had the same— He's been acting strange these days. Always shouting and waving his spear around when he's got nothing to do. He scared the heck out of me a few times. It's a miracle the fighting has finally come to an end. Sorry, I'm afraid I don't have much information. If you—
Sounds promising. Let's go. This guy smells of booze.
Huh? Wait, don't tell me. You actually came back. I thought you'd abandoned the platoon and made a run for it.
Nuh-uh.
Is that so? All anyone talks about these days is peace and stability. Do you remember what the most important thing is to the Resistance? You got that right. So I'm gonna put you to the test. I'll answer your questions, but only—
Do not.
Would it kill him to just have a normal conversation?
No, but it will almost kill him to have this conversation.
Are we gonna do this?
We'll see.
Do you want to die? Because that's how you die. Yeah. He died!
You're a strong fighter.
He fucking despawned before the cutscene started. I killed him.
You have a warrior's will. Then maybe you can understand us. Captain, comrade, will you join us?
Comrade?
We made it up. The story about the Tenryou Commission colluding with—
What? Poor Kokomi's been— What the heck were you thinking? This could send you—
Yes, that's exactly what we're hoping to achieve. Peace talks? Everyone's been drawn in by the idea. What's to stop the Tenryou?
Yeah, okay, no, fuck this guy.
We can't trust— Surely you agree.
His point does kinda make sense.
You just want to fight.
Are you serious?
Don't take that tone. For the sake of Vic, you'd have—
No, shut the fuck up.
I guess you're not one of us. Well, whatever.
Too late? Darn. Doesn't seem like— What are we gonna do? This is
I have enough of that in Final Fantasy. I don't need this here. Fuck that guy. Just shut. Nope.
few things. The whole thing about the Tenryu Commission colluding with the Fatui is baloney. They made it all up.
It's like... this game doesn't have exactly the most convoluted, twisty story of all time. And they aren't exactly reinventing the wheel on story writing either. This is a very, very basic story. You don't need to read his dialogue to know what he's going to say. He's gonna go off on a big tangent on how it is totally unfair that we're trying for peace, even though all the things that the Tenryu Commission has done to the people of Watatsumi Island. And then he's going to get angry at us because we don't agree with his stance. And then he's going to get like into a yell fight, and he's going to take issue and be personally offended in every argument we do against his stance. Like, I don't need to read his shit to know what he's saying.
They wanted the peace talks to break down so that they could carry on fighting the war. And they said it's too late to try and stop them, no matter what we do.
I see. I'm fine. Don't worry. This is my fault. If only I think I understand what Kozin means when he says it's too late. The talks don't begin until tomorrow, but both sides have already sent their guards to the location. I highly suspect that one of Kozin's pro-war co-conspirators will have infiltrated the guards with an intent to reignite hostilities tomorrow during the negotiations.
Well, that's no good. Do you want us to head over there now and switch out the guards?
That won't work. Firstly, the act of bringing a new team of guards to a neutral negotiation site will put both sides on high alert. It would almost certainly push the pro-war faction into taking action. They would attack the Tenryu Commission's guards, and we'd be in danger of war breaking out once again. Not to mention that we have no idea how many of Watatsumi Island's soldiers are involved in this plot. If we change the guard in haste, we face the issue of not knowing who to trust.
Sounds like a really tricky situation.
Don't let it worry you. What's done is done. Now it falls to me to devise a counter plan. These soldiers crossed the line, but the blame is not theirs alone. Whatever happens, I will find a way to ensure they do not come to harm.
By the way, I'm still so, like... I'm so sorry for Aether and Lumine's voice actors, because they got hired for probably the only main character with barely no lines in the entire game.
Let's meet here again tomorrow.
Imagine being hired for yelling your sibling's name and Windblade! Like, what? It's so sad. More skipping. Time. Wee. I love how we just kind of T-pose in the middle of nowhere instead of sleeping. The fuck, really? Yeah, I know. The only time I have heard Aether and Lemine talk in the main storyline was in the last in chapter chapter 2's interlude, where you meet Dainsleif for the first time. It's the one time.
Well, the peace talks are upon us. How do you feel? Prepared? Here, take this. These are some directives I wrote last night. These negotiations are complex, to be sure, but I thought about it carefully and realized there are no more than 187 possible outcomes.
Sassy.
I took the liberty of writing them all down. This way, you will be able to adapt with speed, no matter how the events play out. Whoa, this is huge! Let's see. Fierce dispute, violent escalation, armed revolt, coordinated attack, seize hostages. Wow, there are so many! But you've thought of a solution to each one!
She said Among Us.
Suddenly feels a lot less nervous. Glad to hear it. These peace talks are...
Wait, is she the imposter?
It is a major step forward both for Watatsumi Island and the Shogunate. But any amount of dissatisfaction within our ranks weakens our negotiating position. We will have to work all the harder if we want these talks to be a success. As the Divine Priestess of Watatsumi Island, this responsibility is, of course, mine to shoulder. But would you be willing to lend me a hand? Excellent.
Yes.
Okay, time to head off.
Oh yeah, so we gotta talk about Nintendo Direct. Because Octopath 2, they are making one. Oh God, I'm so happy. I'm definitely gonna stream Octopath 1. Not 100%, that's like 5 million hours, but a bit of it. And yes, Bayonetta, indeed. But oh, Octopath 2 is making me so happy. Also, Pikmin 4. More Pikmin is very nice. And yeah, finally a name. The fucking Zelda trailer. I was like, is this Skyloft? Is this Breath of the Wild or fucking Skyward Sword? What is this? Fae Farm, yes. The game I will be legally obligated to play. I drop kicked the guard. And I made a game.
It's been a while, Kujo-sama.
It's not finished.
I believe the last time we met was on the battlefield.
So
Yes.
that one.
Where you dealt my forces quite the devastating blow. But before we go any further, what are you doing here?
Hi. How are you doing? I'm good, thank you. A nice shoes. Hi, Sarah.
That's right. She's here to bear witness to the proceedings. She
Medicine.
experienced the war between us firsthand and has made an enormous contribution towards securing the peace we have today. I couldn't think of a more suitable candidate.
Seems reasonable. Then let's get straight into it. The first item is the Maritime Administration issue. During wartime, we restricted fishing rights for Watatsumi vessels in Narukami waters. We intend to remove these restrictions, but going forward, any of your vessels that fish in our waters will have to pay taxes in accordance with Narukami legislation in order to bring their catch back to Watatsumi.
That's fine, but if they're paying taxes, they should also be entitled to protection from the Tenryou Commission while in your waters. Any losses they sustain due to issues of public security will need to be compensated by the Tenryou Commission.
Accepted. Let's add that to the peace treaty. I can assure you that your vessels will be quite safe in our hands.
Negotiations seem to be going pretty smoothly.
The next item has to do with the movement of people and military authority. In the past, Our people have been subjected to lengthy interrogations on arrival in Watatsumi, and the same has been true for your people on arrival to Narukami. Economic cooperation between our islands has suffered greatly as a consequence. Few merchants are now willing to engage in inter-island commerce. Since the war is now over, I propose that we have the Yashiro Commission appoint a business council to oversee trade between our two islands.
The problem there is that trade is a reciprocal affair. We'll need to involve merchants from both sides in this process if it is to succeed. We cannot give the Yashiro Commission full authority.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't Watatsumi Island facing severe shortages of many essential goods at the moment? Having the Yashiro Commission organize everything centrally would work in your favor.
True, we're experiencing some shortages, but we will recover in due course. Between the diverse range of goods we can produce ourselves and our strong trade links with other areas, we are capable of sourcing everything we need. Not to mention that your proposal would require separate talks with the Kamisato clan. If they've yet to sanction it, I believe you are going beyond the remit of the Tenryou Commission's authority.
Let's leave that aside for now, then. On to the military question. Watatsumi Island's forces will need to come back under the jurisdiction of the Tenryou Commission.
That just isn't feasible. Not in the short term, at least.
With all due respect, feasibility doesn't come into it. The Tenryou Commission alone has ultimate responsibility for Inazuma's national security. We cannot allow Watatsumi Island to be the sole exception to this rule indefinitely.
You Kujo scum! Colluding with the Fatui isn't low enough for you already. You just want to take everything away from us. Comrades, never trust the Kujo. Let's get them.
No.
Yes, Madam Kujo.
Hold the book.
Number 16. No, wait. 67? Or is it 73? Which one is it?
Nothing happened.
Kokomi! Which scenario number is this in the directives?
The last one, but hold off for the moment. Stand down, Tadakatsu. The situation has changed. Please stand by for further orders. Rest assured, I am fully aware of your concerns, but I will deal with the situation from here. Madam Kujo, this is rather serious. I believe you owe Watatsumi Island an explanation.
Excuse me for a moment. Nobody makes another move until I have finished investigating. You two, here, now! Speak! Collusion with the Fatui? Is this true?
I wouldn't exactly call it collusion as such.
We were approached by a few Fatui. They mentioned a potential cooperation to keep the war against Watatsumi Island going. At the time, I felt like we could give it a try. After all, there'd be nothing to lose.
But we were extremely careful. We didn't agree to anything. We just said they could maybe start by heading to Watatsumi Island and stirring things up a little. Then we'd see how it went. With respect, ma'am, there was no collusion. It was just a one-off conversation. How anyone from Watatsumi Island even found out about it, I have no idea.
That's enough. When we return, there will be consequences. Might I remind you that this is the Fatui? Have you completely forgotten what they did to us? You should be having no interaction with them whatsoever, let alone entertaining offers of cooperation. So, what did they want out of it?
The Fatui's main forces have already left Inazuma. The few who approached us seemed like they wanted to settle a score for their boss.
owe her subordinates. So they're out for revenge. They want to keep Inazuma in a state of turmoil. One day, I will hunt them down. Every last one.
I like this turn of events.
We bear responsibility for this issue.
It's very good.
My sincere apologies. I have my own negligence to blame for this state of affairs. Please, grant us another chance to continue the peace talks.
But of course, Madame Kujo. I have every confidence in your ability to resolve this situation. For the time being, however, there is evidently some discord within the Tenryou Commission's ranks. I would therefore not feel comfortable releasing Watatsumi Island's forces into your command at this time.
It seems that I must acquiesce. I will lay this issue aside for now. But we shall revisit it as soon as the Tenryou Commission has resolved our internal issues. As for the trade issues we raised, I will discuss options with the Yashiro Commission and make sure both sides have ample participation in the final arrangement.
Seems like Kujo-Sara's on the defensive now. These negotiations should be smooth sailing from here on out.
Let's go!
I never knew the grand strategist of Watatsumi Island was a skilled negotiator, as well as a formidable commander. I hope that when we meet again, we can continue these sit-down discussions. Settling our differences on the battlefield is rather taxing.
What do you mean?
I think we can leave things there for today. Once I get back, I will conduct a thorough investigation into the Tenryou Commission's internal issues.
I should inform you that we took out a Fatui camp recently. I suspect that before long, they will attempt to re-establish contact with your people in the hope of procuring some assistance. I recommend you say and do nothing on the matter for the time being, lest you tip them off and they disappear. Wait for them to come to you. That way, you can capture them all in one fell swoop.
I will bear this in mind. Thank you. I shall take my leave now. Until we meet again.
I mean, the Fatui are single-handedly to blame on the entire war. It's still not over. Yeah, so I don't know what quests I actually need to play so I can get the Archon quest proper thingy. I think I actually need to play this one. But like, okay, so to play this one, whatever it is, I need to play Ito's first story quest and Raiden's second story quest, which is this one. But to play Ito's story quest, I need to first play Kokumi's story quest.
Sometimes the law is compatible with human nature, but sometimes the two conflict. Balancing the two is a discipline in its own right.
I've seen people call him Ido. You know, like Ditto from Pokemon? It's Ito. The double T.
You knew?
I have already been informed on the reasons for your actions.
The double T means that there's a pause before the syllable with the double consonant.
You believe the Tenryou Commission to be untrustworthy and sought to sabotage the peace talks and reignite the war. Fortunately, the end result exposed and thwarted a secret Tenryou Commission plot. Yet, this was purely incidental, and the end certainly did not justify your means.
But Your Excellency, so many comrades have sacrificed themselves in the line of duty. If we stop now, aren't all of our efforts going to waste? I want to keep fighting. I want ultimate victory, even if it means I have to pay the ultimate price.
I understand your sentiments, but you cannot simply impose your will and expect others to bear the consequences. During the war, there were highs and there were lows, and in the end, there was a glorious victory.
For you, perhaps the experience was one of great excitement. But you saw nothing of the countless others who will remember the war quite differently. Most people suffered terribly through each day. Watatsumi Island's people yearn for peace because they have long since given all they had to the war effort. They are tired of treading water and don't need you dragging them back underneath once again.
Very nice.
But...
Blade glitching into the crate?
I do. And the fault is not yours alone. It was largely an oversight on my part. I taught you to nurture a warrior's will, but never how to let it go.
It's not your fault, Your Excellency. It was ours. Our selfishness. Either way, we are ready to accept sentencing under martial law.
Very well. Then I hereby declare... that as of today, I am founding a new secret corps of the army. This division will be responsible for keeping Watatsumi Island safe and secure, neutralizing any and all threats to the peace of our island. You and your comrades will all be welcome to join, but be warned, the training will be grueling. Perseverance and grit will be in high demand.
Your Excellency, what are you saying?
I have concluded from today's peace talks that the Kujo clan cannot achieve absolute peace and stability in the near future. Many seek peace, but there are still those who pursue war. It is right that Watatsumi Island moves towards peace, but we must still retain a defensive capacity. Those whose warrior's will is alive and well, I invite you to embark on the most challenging training regimen of your lives. I don't want to hear from any of you again until all of you can take on 2 shogunate samurai at a time.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
All right, dismissed. Go and report to General Goro. And remember, there can be no more insubordination. And if there is, there will be no more leniency from me, whatever reasons you may have.
Yes, ma'am. From now on, we will focus on our training. Thank you for this opportunity, Your Excellency. We'll report to General Goro right away.
Easy.
I think that's finally everything in hand. I can feel my energy levels starting to drop. Meet you back at the hideout for some rest?
The hideout. Oh, excuse me. I too like reading books somewhere in the cave behind the purple tree. It's my favorite.
Thank you for everything. With your help, peace has been restored on Watatsumi Island once more. Recovering. Slowly, but surely. I should be raring to go before too long. Today was a reminder that I don't cope well in situations with lots of people. I've improved, but I still get nervous when more than a handful of people are involved. I think I might get Goro to handle the negotiations next time.
You did good.
Do you think so? To be honest, I'm still a long way off what's expected of a divine priestess. In the past, I was concerned only with winning the war, restoring peace, and making sure everyone could live a happy life. But I realize now that wasn't going far enough. People have all kinds of aspirations, and just as many measures of happiness. I have a long way to go, but that's okay. If I can't make the journey in one giant leap, I'll just have to settle for taking it one small step at a time. In short, I've still got some maturing to do. Could you stay here on Watatsumi Island? To keep me company for a while longer?
Fish. Haha, fucking finally. Oh, we've done it. Okay. We have done it. It is beaten. I can use the story key now. Let's go. Last one. I like Yai. I'm sad I missed her. I like her. But I want to change things up from a character quest and play this one. Whee! Ah, Liebe? Huh? Toy shop? Liebe? Ah. Interesting. Hello, Catherine.
Ah, traveler. Right on cue.
Hey, Catherine! Got any new commissions for us today? Also, how come you look so happy to see us? What have you done?
I went to the shrine to draw a fortune slip earlier. The shrine maiden told me that
I like that line,
it is
to
the
be
season
honest.
for an unexpected reunion.
Catherine? Drawing fortune slips at the shrine? Is it just Paimon, or is that the most unusual thing ever? Wait, no, that's not the unusual part. We're in Liyue. You went to Inazuma and back in a single day?
Even I have a private life, you know.
Okay, so when you say unexpected reunion, you mean running into us, right?
Who can say? But the anticipation of knowing that an unexpected reunion is due is making me happy to see everyone I cross paths with today.
Fair enough. Even though we see each other pretty much every day, whatever makes you happy.
Perhaps.
Are you saying? Oh, Paimon gets it. Well, let's just hope the Shrine Maiden was right.
Lumine wants to see him again.
I'm sorry. Did I say something I shouldn't have? You both seem a little down.
Oh, it's nothing. Anyway, back to business. Do you have a new commission you want to give to us?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I do. This one is from a miner. It seems to be related to investigating the chasm.
Really? Does this mean the chasm's not sealed off anymore?
I will leave the requester to fill you in on all the relevant details. His name is Yue Hui, and he should be at the chasm right now.
All right then. Thanks, Catherine.
Very well. Ad Astra Abyssosque. This time you are truly bound for the abyss. Good luck to you both.
No, I'm not. I am not bound for the abyss, ma'am. I will have you know that I am going here into fucking somewhere. The abyss is over here. I'm not bound for the abyss, quite the opposite. Ah, that's so silly. Like, yes, the abyss, it is over here on the map. See? Hole. It's not a hole. This isn't made in abyss. Oh, I need to watch the second season of that, though. Made in Abyss is so good. It's fucking excellent. But you obviously need to be wary of the imminent child torture in it. Made in Abyss is 18 plus for a reason. No. Not the internet. No. But Kakyung, I hope you can hear me right now. Have you seen Made in Abyss? Yes, yes. It's really good though. No, pyro plant, go away. I am not food. Ali with fighting music is so good. I don't like this cliff. I am not a fan of this cliff. Sup? Oh no, it's up there. Great. Hold on. I'll get it. "24 meters, like right here." Hello.
Hi there! You must be Yuehoi, right?
Ah, great. Good to meet you. Yes, I was the one who posted that commission. Wait a second. You look kind of familiar. Are you a famous adventurer or something?
It's complicated.
All right, then. I'll start by introducing myself. I'm Yuehoi, a miner, and I received a mining permit for the chasm just recently. I have a handful of other guys in my crew.
Seriously? They actually give permits out for the chasm?
Yes, the folks over at Yujing Terrace finally came to their senses and are now allowing a limited amount of ore mining near the surface. We were among the first to gain approval, but some things have happened recently that put all the miners on edge.
Really? What happened? We haven't heard anything.
So, it's hard to say exactly how big of an issue it is. Could be something, could be nothing. The main thing is that it's just very strange. While one of the miners was on a break, he suddenly noticed a few hilly trolls walking his way. They seemed like they were in a daze or something. They walked right by him without giving him a single glance. They just made a beeline for the depths of the chasm. After that, the miner started observing his surroundings more closely and noticed the same thing happening time and time again.
Are the hilly trolls just curious? Maybe they just want to take a peek inside.
Hello.
Not likely. The strange part is that in all the time this miner's been watching the hilly trolls,
welcome to the stream.
I've never seen any of them come back out. It seems to be a one-way trip. Once the hilly trolls go in, they never emerge again. And it seems to be happening more and more frequently as of late. What are these hilly trolls up to? What happens to them after they go inside? Is there a disaster brewing? These are the kinds of thoughts going through the guys' heads
I've been booped.
Everyone's driving themselves crazy worrying about it.
Paimon's not surprised. Paimon feels spooked just hearing about it.
Yeah, strange is definitely
Exactly.
the
The
word.
deepest fear is the fear of the unknown, you know?
Yes.
So we have to get to the bottom of it before everyone can put their minds at rest.
I'm good.
Do we really want to take this commission? Thanks, Mr. Miner, sir. We need to consider it first.
The weather shifts right now are doing a number on my my lung, but other than that, I'm good.
Hey! You can at least pretend to consider Paimon's opinion first!
No.
Oh, so that's where you're coming from. Well, okay then. Maybe we will find some clues about your twin.
Maybe.
You'll really regret it if you don't go, huh?
So, what's your verdict? Will you take the commission? No pressure, but I gotta say, I'm not loving the prospect of my mining permit going to waste.
Yep, we'll take it. We're kinda curious ourselves now, too.
Great. You're doing me an enormous service here. Now, let me give you the rough location that the hilly trails keep heading to.
Wait, is that Sangwon? Is that voice actor just Sangwon? But hi, I'm good. Thank you for asking. Oh. All right. How are you? How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. I'm Faye. I honestly don't usually stream this, but I wanted to play the story. So here we are. Something. Nope. Familiar with Lady Nigwang? Yes. Okay, so would you like me to say... Don't have anything. Miss Ganyu. We could have asked Ganyu, yes. Yeah, whatever. Commissioned by some merchant. A chasm. Avoid the great mine in the center. Ah, it's a seal. So these things seal the hole. Got it. A pet. Never mind me. Just talk to myself. Do not go near the 7-star array. Retro keys are definitely not losing structural integrity, and the surrounding areas not plagued by any strange geo-elemental convergences. Ah, yes. And certainly no precious treasures down there. Nor any prehistoric fossils. Yeah, that's sus. Got it. Okay, certification, great. Yes, can you stop talking to me now? Thank you. I love how he's just like, there's definitely nothing wrong with the seal that is sealing the chasm. Don't worry about it. Like, huh? Hello. Hello there. Meaning... Yes. I already know who you are, just fine. Paper, whatever. I'm famous. Dragon spine. Yep. Dragon spine was fun. I like dragon spine. We are cool. We have successfully been confirmed as awesome. Let's go. Uh-huh. Whatever. Too much information, yes. I am indeed here. Don't touch the bedrock keys, there's nothing under the chasm. Tissuing won't help you. Winning did indeed tell us, yes. Doesn't do that at all. The other things you mentioned are true. He is a specialist type by the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Even if you wanted to ask for help, there's a lot he's not allowed to reveal to public, so he can only warn us and thus impart a means of getting into the chasm. In a roundabout way, in essence, then he says you shouldn't, it really means that you can. Ah. Still sus. Let's go. Into the middle. What a convoluted way of hinting, yeah. Sussy man. Sussy baka. We were tricked? Nah. Let's go. Bye. Is that you need help putting up missing persons paper poster this time? Yeah, why don't we just ask for an actual reward this time? Bryburn's treasure time begins once again. Oh no. Alright, we'll do it for the treasure. Money! Where's to the south? Okay. Serendipitous 7-star seal sundering. That's a nice quest name, to be honest. I like that one. Oh no.
Can't handle your drink. Huh.
Take flight. Wrap up the flame. Incinerate.
Level 91 enemy.
Illusion shattered. Boom boom.
Bong.
Replace my hammer.
That tingle? That's such a stupid line.
Born to oblivion.
Everyone going on about Paimon and I'm here like, actually, Treasure Hunter, this guy, has the worst line in the entire English dub. One of his attack lines is just, that tingle? What? What is that line? Why? Let's take it with us. Let's go. I have taken it with me. Easy. Hello. We're back. That was getting the way has it all. Who did you say was getting the way has again? Me? What, are you guarding it right now? Ah, right. Let's talk about how to undo the array. Let's go. Undo the array! Uh-huh. Hate-shaped geo things. Yes, I was going to do that anyway. You don't need to hand-hold me the entire time, game. I'm willing to bet it has something to do with this. Ah. What if I put one of these in? Yep, that works. Flower. And now? Puzzle. Oh, one more. Maybe more into these? Or is there another one somewhere? Doesn't seem like it. Ah. They've done a thing. Maybe I need something from the inventory. I got that item. No, it's not inactive though. Where is it? Oh, recipes. Also this, I don't know what that does. Items. I have a few talismans. Just one or two. All of these bad, by the way. Alright, this. Ah, that worked. Good, good. Got it. I have decrypted the puzzle. Now I just need to fucking hit. Let's go. The key is off. Woo! -1 key. I undid the bindings, yes. Won't the Keishing investigate this? I already sent a damage report ahead of us. So technically the bedrock keys were damaged before we arrived. Bedrock key location diagram. I see. I like this. Ah, that's cute. Uh-huh. You just kind of sit here. Okay, then bye. I will go down the spiral then. Let's go. Are you ready to spiral? What the f... fuck did I just do? Huh?
Let's appraise the value on this.
I'll just have this then, thank you. Wait, I can fight the miners? Huh? Why? Oh, what is this? Fucking excuse me? Wait, huh? Stop targeting the enemies. Fuck you then. I'm not a fan of the auto-targeting in this game. Uh-huh. Hi.
Motion to compel. Illusion shattered. Time for your arraignment.
Relic from battles. To make any ruckus around it, forcibly remove it. If any accident happens due to such tomfoolery, let the blood be on your own head.
Remarkable condition.
Yeah, I know, it's just annoying. These resonance stones are pretty fucking good.
Incidental gains.
What is this? Okay, this is sus. Can we all agree that this is incredibly sus? That's just the sussiest. What the frick? Okay, but what am I supposed to do here? Like, huh? I have a quest marker here and everything. But I don't even see the key. Am I in the wrong spot? I'm not in the wrong spot. Where's the key? There's a circle on my current location. What is happening? I want to know where the key is. Like, I can create a big thingy here, but I don't even know where my target is for the puzzle. Let alone how to solve it. I'm confused. This kind of feels like I want to use these resonance stones to, like, lead the geo energy somewhere. But I can't exactly move it now, can I? Yeah, but I can't also exactly move anything. Where is the lock? Do I need to open the sussy stone for the lock? Yeah. Like, I figured as much, but the only thing I can hit with resonance is this. Right, like it won't do anything if I hit those, I think. No, that doesn't do anything. And I can't find any other start for the entire puzzle than this stone right there. Ah. So this wave ends here. That stone doesn't even get hit by the wave. But that stone would be better. Because that would actually hit the thing. There's another sassy stone. I am legitimately completely confused. Ow! Oh, okay. So if I put one of those in one of these... This is a tutorial. These will shatter then. And create another wave, and then the sussy stone gets hit and breaks. Tutorial.
Let's appraise the value on this.
Okay, okay. I want the teleporter. Oh wait, that's the... Oh, that's the thing even. Ah! I almost died. Okay. Ding! There we go. Map. Thank you. Oh. Geo statue. Perfect. Okay, let's go back over there. I have an idea now. After the tutorial, I have an idea. Oh, it's one of those plates. Where you must stand on it. Oh, but it's not on. Sedge. Okay, so this is the sauce. It does kind of go over there. When you use it. Doesn't it? Does it reach this one? No, it's so close. Ah! Oh. There's one of them up here. Wait, this is where this was. That direction, maybe? No, that's an outward. Not an inward. What does this say? Episode. Okay, nice poem. Cute poem. You know, you'd kind of expect story puzzles to be a bit easier. These just barely don't connect, though. But I don't know what else to do either. Ah. Oh, what's this? Fire? I have an idea. Do you see my idea? Cannon! Yeah, that's definitely bigger. Did that do it? No. Sad. But I think I have the right idea. So that just kind of hits it, and then it's still kind of the same size. What happens if I hit that other one? This one. Can I break it? Not really. That thing ends right on this. I think if I can solve this plate. I just don't remember how these work. Wait, I have an idea. Ideas. Let's take you.
Just sharpen my spear. Get them.
Oh, he doesn't. Oh, he does count.
Nice and spicy.
Oh, maybe not. I'll go to one of the other ones first. Maybe I'll get an idea while I'm there. Whee! Why, hey! Okay. Up there then. Should be good. Woo! And I was slime. Oh no, so many slimes. I don't want to play. It's down here. Huh. Paimon, shut up. I am not blind.
Right. Incinerate. Motion to compel.
Okay, over there. Woo! Hello. Bonk. Bonk. And bonk. Ta-da! Woo! Up! We've done it. You serious? Ah. Ah. Boom! Off. One down. Okay, let's go over there. I've been pet. Yay. Think for pet. Ah. Ah, perfect. Bonk. Oh. Okay. I need to get the higher one first. Damn it! Ma. At least the thing is in. And there's another one, it looks like. Geo things. Up. Good. Don't lag on me, please. Okay, got one. And then that one. Haha! Bonk. What do you mean, no? I hit it. Oh, I did. It did count. Where's that one? Oh, it's in here. What?
But a momentary distraction.
Okay. And that thing. Okay. And fly over there. Boom! Offline. Another key turned off. Let's see if we can't find that thing. Spoder.
Motion to compel.
Burn Spoder. Ah, it's in here. I was doing all that puzzle work for nothing. Yay. Shut the fuck up, Paimon. I am not blind. Paimon, please.
Embrace the ice. You're toast. Inazuma shines eternal.
There we go. Aha! Okay. Ah, nice respawn, very good. Bonk. And bonk. Put it in. And then fire! Boom! Seal down! Woo! Easy. Ow! You fuck. Just damaging me like... Meh. Meh. Rude. Okay, let me put the literal child back into the team. What happened? Don't start. Minor instinct? Okay. Wow. Looks like it's over. Good. One more. What is it though? Oh. In that area. But it turns out you were right. That was indeed not what we needed to do. Little smart. A duck has breath. Ah! A dragon king of the mountains. Yep, yep. Ejda, yes. We are acquainted. Yes, yes, Ejdaha, we are acquainted. Big Ingi Durgan. I am aware. Dragoon. Monster? Oh. You serious?
There is no escape.
Inadmissible evidence.
Vaporize, vaporize, vaporize. Why am I climbing?
Shine down. My apologies. Incinerate.
Ah, more. Really? This is really the last place I want to fight.
There is no escape. Whirling boom. Torn to oblivion. Incinerate.
Destroy it. Bedrock Kind. Woo! I've done it. We are done. The seal is brocked. The chasm is open. Woo! Back to the camp we go. From an aesthetic point of view, this place looks better without the bedrock keys. That's a funny reply. Sumeru. Oars. Safety repair. And a bard. Super hands-on surveyor. Very good. I've done the quest. It is chasm time. Am I allowed to play the main quest again yet? Ah. Woo! One of my biggest gripes with the game design for Genshin is having this many spaces where you can fall down. Really long distances. And then also having fall damage in the game. Like, why? Just remove the fall damage. You don't need to make people heal because they slipped. Are you ready for the hole? It is hole time. Woo! Oh. Yes. Child be like. Yes. Long time. And too much time above ground. Lumen Spa. Okay. What are those? I have one. I now have one. It is mine now. Is there enemies down here? Whew. It appears so close to the surface. There are fragments of that thing underground, traveling up the veins of the rock before finally arriving here. Uh-huh. And this is... got it. Crystal! Lumenstone adjuvant. The adjuvant is made of the same material as these crystals. The formations will thus naturally react to one another. Okay. That's strange. Don't fight. We're not fighting. Crystal will be discovered. Skills haven't rusted away. And don't fight. Got it. Good pair of kiddos. I am older than you. In here. You're missing. Okay. Radiant old hand. Okay. He must be alive in here somewhere. It's just locked in a mine for like a few years. Stay safe. Lumenstone Achievement. Okay. Certain special devices and creatures such as the lumen lamps and lucklight flies can be used to replenish the Lumenstone Achievement's energies. Perhaps someone in the exploration team can strengthen the power of the Lumenstone Achievement. Okay. Interesting. Does this work like the like Dragon Spine? Is this Dragon Spine 2 Electric Boogaloo?
Motion to compel.
Potential has yet to be unlocked. Very good. Nope. Okay. Hello. Can you do something? No. You cannot. You are useless. Very good. And B test for the light. Ah. So it just is less bright when I don't have the lumen stone with me. And I also guess I need to use it to charge up these things. What the fuck? Oh, why do you need to fight me now? Why fight?
Whirling snow. Illusion shattered. Remove all obstacles.
Okay, don't let me switch characters then. That is fine. I didn't need her anyway.
Incinerate.
I don't like this fight. This is a rather annoying fucking boss to... Okay. I'm dead.
It's a jury.
You know what? I didn't want to fight him anyway. This is fine. Fuck that. Miners. Good. Yeah. Oh my god. This is annoying. I don't like this. It's like actually bad. Come on. But also, like, my team is not designed to fight on the smallest platform in the fucking universe. Pizza. Do we need to? Oh my god, I don't want to. Come on.
Take flight! Motion to compel! Kamisato art! Sumetsu! Shine down! Boom boom!
Come here, you fucking lizard.
Look at you, Bootown!
Whirling snow! Take flight! There is no escape! Incinerate! My apologies! Boom boom! Shine down! Take flight! Motion to compel! Invisible evidence!
Okay, there we go. Fucking... whatever that was. Ew. Ew. Turn my light off too. What do you mean quest area reached? Huh? Ah. This is what you want. That is fading. Ah. Yay. Thank you. Let me get the items. Ew. Okay. Down here now. Some random enemies in here. Seriously?
Inazuma shines eternal.
I didn't have space for the animation. Very good. That's funny. Die. Thank you. Okay. Black magma. Okay. Jin says an adjuvant thing can be used to store energy from the crystals. I'd ask you what that is when I get to the surface. My usage. Water in the depths, mushrooms. Oh dear. I fear I must be going insane. Ah. The uncle's whereabouts. Where is Uncle Hee Hee? Who knows? Who knows? Uh-huh. Like magma. It's black stuff. Substantial mushrooms are not certainly edible. Magma seems to have attracted some elemental life forms. Nah, something's wrong. Do not be taken for sustenance. Ah. Mushrooms. Okay. Teleport up. Back, yes. Ah. Let's talk about the diary. Familiar, sort of weird, okay. The exploration team's camp. Got it. Ow! I somehow hit the wall. No, no. Oh, come on. Just enemies directly in the way. This is not a great fighting location in my book. What is this? What is this? The fuck? Ah. Oh, there's a waypoint up there. I should make my way further up then. Shouldn't I? Can I scale this wall? I can get to here quickly and easily. Let's see if I can scale this wall. Up. Maybe a different spot. Maybe the right wall. Yes. Let's go. Up. Further up. Uppest. The most up I've ever been. Let's go. That's actually a lie. I've been way, way higher. Lumenstone. I'm here. Hello. Here we are, strange. Ready. She doesn't have to. Is in danger? Not yet. Okay. Whatever. A map. At least some map. The place I need to go is like right here. Enhancement. Refine the achievement. I need more. It does things. Okay.
The smell coming from the mines has changed again.
Water. That'll fucking force me to fight again, won't it? Lumen Spa. What have I just collected? Another one. Hello. Hi, it's me, I'm here. Studying terrain, drawing a map. Yep. Source of habit, forget I don't spawn. Okay, whatever. Ah yes, back up, my favorite. Thank you for making me do this. Huh? The fuck is that jump pad? Really?
A fleeting dream.
Oh my god, can they just remove fall damage, please? It's the literal worst mechanic. This is a game that has 3-kilometer drops in it. Why is there falling damage? Ah.
What you got?
Whatever, man. I don't want to fight. I don't care. Just shut the fuck up and leave me alone, okay? That's some funky looking city right there. Oh my god, really?
The insolent shall be punished. Where are you?
Just fucking leave.
appraise the value on this.
More enemies, great. Hi! Fuck you!
Jab and cross.
I don't care. Greetings. I will just go in here. Random slime. Random fucking wall. Okay. That's a lumen spell. What is that? Photo. I've taken a photo. It is indeed stuff. Stop forcing me to fight!
Can't handle your drink.
Illusion shattered. Sakura swirl. Shine down. Whirling snow.
Take flight. On a rock. Boom boom.
Where the fuck did the other one go? What are you doing down there? Really?
My apologies. Look at you.
There is no escape.
Motion to compel.
You were frozen. How?
Whirling snow. Incinerate.
Oh, nice. That stuff. This is not story. I am not doing a story quest right now. I would love to do the story quest, but the game hasn't been allowing me to see the story quest for a whopping fucking 2 hours. I would love this to be a story quest, but unfortunately, no. The story quest is somewhere here. Would be great if this was a story quest. Would be so good. No, it's just a stupid optional side quest. It's for a million years. It's not in the Archon quest. Not even one bit. I don't know if you can do it in co-op. It's not story. I have no idea if you can do it in co-op. No, this is blocking me from doing the story. It is in the way. And pretty annoying. But like, the thing that's annoying me is that I have to do this at all. I mean, it's not difficult or anything. Human trafficking.
Want a taste of my hammer?
Take flight! Kamisato art! Sometsu! Breath of the flame! Now you shall perish! Shine down!
I love Raiden's ultimate. It looks so cool.
I got careless.
Whirling snow!
I got careless. Picked the wrong test subject.
Motion to compel!
Who the fuck are you? Some asshole. So the medicines you sold were fake? Yeah, whatever. Clitofo. Mmm. What a shame. Can this just end, please? I don't care about this guy. Shut the fuck up, please. They just took a half an hour to basically say this guy has bombs. How great. Verbosity is king, it seems. Hello.
Ooh, we can definitely write this off as incidental gains.
I think this has probably been a lot more fun when it released. And you were playing it like specifically for this. But the way this plays out right now, this is just filler.
Where's that cooking out of your drink? Huh, pew pew!
Torn to oblivion! There is no escape!
I'm not... I could do Ito's quest. I am not here for Ito's quest. This is the Archon quest. I need to do Ito's quest for a side quest. For another Archon quest. I have 3 Archon quests right now. Ow! Examine the giant cannon? Oh. Can you just shut the fuck up there? Thank you. Reach, whatever. Blah, blah, blah. We just opened the seal. Why is there so many people down here? Meat.
Looks like we can't explore any further. Is there any way to open up this tunnel?
Shoot it, maybe? No? No. Good. But no, they're not making me do this for Ito. They are making me do this for Sumeru. The quest that I'm trying to actually play right now is this one. Chapter 2, Act 4. The one that I need Ito's quest for is Interlude Chapter Act 2. This thing. I need to do Ito, I need to do Raiden 2, and I need to do whatever the fuck this is. But it's still annoying that they make me play this entire quest line. And it's not even for Sumeru, it's for the intermediary chapter. This is probably another, like, Dance Life interlude. Like, why? I don't care about the chasm, just let me see the fucking thing I'm here for. I don't want to have to do this right now. Cannonballs. Ball cannons. Can I just skip somehow? No. Okay, great. Whatever. Open. What? Oh my god. Yeah, whatever. Come on, what do I need to do so you let me into the fucking thing where the story quest is?
The smell coming from the mines has changed again.
Yes, I'm back. Mm-hmm. Yep. Something. Mountainator bucket. Yes, we need to use the gun. Indeed. Yes. Why did it need me to take another quest manually for this? Was the quest too full? Did they need to question to me? Water filtration device. What the fuck am I doing here? Why am I here? I should have read the quest. Definitely. There's a key here. Seriously.
Want a taste of my hammer?
Okay, how in the fuck is 3 million people in here? Were these people in here the entire time? Like, where did they come from? We basically just opened the mine back up. How did all these people get in here?
Another test subject.
Uh-huh.
Take flight. Kamisato art.
Go.
Sumetsu. Time for your assignment. Boom boom.
I'm a rock. Look at you, booty.
Pretty good.
Ooh, we can definitely write this off as incidental gains.
Uh-huh. So there should be a key here somewhere, you say? Let me get this. Where? Oh, there maybe. Ow! That's a weird place to hide a key, yes. That's a weird fucking place for a key. That is indeed correct. What? Gunpowder. Nice. Nice, nice. Open. Yay, that was easy. Oh my god, really? Just give me that.
Remarkable condition.
Thank you. And back here. Easy. No sweat at all. Easy peasy. Hello. I would like to have that thing improved. Enhance! Good. By the way, talking about wishes, can do 2, like, I guess. Let's see if I can get Ganyu on this wish. No. Ganyund. Just that one. See catalytic elements. Nobody cares. Yes, boom. Yes, we bomb. We use Geo to bomb. Great. Fuse. Great. Can we stop fucking discussing everything a million times and just do something? Oh no, this guy is from a criminal. Let's second guess every single one of his voice lines. That'll make the player enjoy the fucking quest line. It doesn't. Special unmoving essential oils. Got it. Yes. Enjoy your things. I have made the fuse. Can this quest line please continue now? Okay. And we just need to insert the fuse into the cannonball. Got it. Okay, that should do it. Don't bump that anywhere. Back with a new map. Go on, have a look. Thank you. Nice. Cartography. Bomb. Bombs are indiscriminate. Oh my god. Drop it already. Ugh. Yay, more map. Woo! Read the signaling guide. Alright. Oh my god. Half this quest line has now devolved from a semi-interesting story about like this ancient locked off mine area to just stupid bickering because that guy used to be a treasure hoarder. Low lamppost, high frequency flicker. Middle lamppost, low frequency flicker. High lamppost, low frequency flicker. Wait, what does that even mean? What?
The case before us is a strange and unprecedented one indeed.
Oh. Low, high flicker, middle, low flicker, high, low flicker. Low, high, middle, low, high, low. Low, high, middle, low, high, low. Got it. Middle. Really? 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 Ah. Okay, I'm gonna just teleport back up then. Wait, why is that back off? Oh, it's not. It just looked like it is. Yeah, whatever, man. Fucking electro flower. So this is the middle lamppost. Nice viewpoint. So that's low 2. And the low lamppost was somewhere there, right? Is it down there? I forgot. Let's go back up. That one's on me. This one is indeed on me. Or forgoing. For doing a forgore. Damn it! I dropped past it. Yeah, it's all the way back there. All the way back there. Holy shit. So that last one has to be high frequency then. All the way back here somewhere. Is it there? Oh, it's here. There we go. Got it. No, it's opposites and the middle one is low. It's pretty easy pattern. Careful, fuse is already lit. Need the fuse here, load the cannon all at once. Load the cannon safely. That should do it. Almost. That should do it. That has done it. Woo! We've done it! Bullseye! Let's go. Aha! Go to apologize to him. Let's go. We have done it. Progress! Pog!
But a momentary distraction.
10 primos. You know what that means. More wish. Ganyu? Ganyu. It's single wishes. I don't have the patience to fill up to a temple. Oh, you can't run in this shit. Oh, great. But yeah, it makes no real difference if you do single pulls or 10 pulls in this game. Because the both the 10 and the 90, holy fuck. That looks awesome. Both the 10 pity and the 90 pity don't care about doing 10 pulls. It's just once every 10 pulls you're guaranteed to get a 4-star, and one every 90 pulls you're you're guaranteed to get a 5-star item from the drop list. And yes, I just declared characters as items. This is fucking awesome. I love this. More of this, please. This reminds me of Destiny, actually. Oh my god. You know what I just realized? With the new graphics card I want to get, I could finally stream Destiny. And the way it floats, it's damaged state, and it really does look like the fragments that I was said existed on Dragonspine. Yeah. Yeah. I'm doing a bit of math on the graphics card. I have a really good offer, and I don't think I have long left to take it. Where I can get the card I want, which is an RTX 3070, for about 360 euros, which is about 200 euros below average market rate. And it's a refurbished one too, with warranty and everything. I really want to have that. It's not a TI, but I don't worry about that too much. The way the TI cards work is that the clock speed is lower, but they have more cores. So you know how NVIDIA releases their cards numbered 60 through 90? The next release after is then 50 and 60 Ti through 80 Ti. And the way that works is the previous release is separated by clock speed and by core count. The 90 has both the highest clock speed and the highest core count in its generation. What they do for the next release in the same generation is they take the silicon and shift the clock count down. So a 3080 Ti is really a 3090 that cannot operate at the 3090's default operation speed and is underclocked. That way, NVIDIA can produce more graphics cards without producing more graphics cards, because what they'd otherwise do with that silicon is just toss it out. And that's where these TI cards come from. So they are better, but not that much, because more cores at a lower clock speed don't give it that much of an edge. It's better in parallel tasks, but I don't much care about those. I care about execution time of non-parallel tasks. Anyway. Floating fragments. I love Dragonspine. Dragonspine was good because it let me explore it on my own. But I wish that the ending had more story in it. I want like a hybrid between this quest and the Dragonspine quest, where it just lets me explore the chasm fully on my own, and then when I do get to the cool story stuff, then they give me stuff to read. Floating crystal fragment. That'll make me feel so queasy. Getting car stick on a carriage. That feels alright. Okay. Especially if bouts of vertigo sickness, I'll be okay. Take care of yourself. There's strange devices around this crystal thing. We should probably investigate them. That sounds good. Oh, I think... Let me see something. I think the target for this quest is also here. Ah, it wants me to complete Chasm Spelunkas and have and Heavenly Stone Debris.
Embraces its duty as a
We are in Heavenly Stone Debris, so this is the last requirement for the story quest. Very nice. What is that? Blooming Light. When the Lumen Stone event reaches a certain level, you can actively use its power to destroy using concretions and dark mud nearby. From level 2 using concretions are significantly tougher and need stronger... Okay. Stronger thing. I need to break it. Okay, got it. That means I do need to collect some of those crystals. So I can upgrade my thingy. Oh right, I'm pretty hurt. Always with the events in this game. I hope not. That's what I hate about the release model of Genshin the most, is the limited time event stories that are just gone forever when the event ended.
I'm flying.
So, for most people, I'm pretty sure that works great in having them come back to the game. You know? Like, I gather that for the usual audience member of this game, that kind of quest design works pretty well. It keeps you coming back because you don't want to miss the event story and miss out on part of the game's storyline. For me, and this is something that is not exclusive to Genshin, I also experienced the exact same with Destiny. The exact same with Destiny too. I just stopped caring for the game. When the game gives me above a certain amount of fear of missing out, I just drop it. If the game requires too much of my time when it wants, I lose interest almost immediately. I don't like that. I need one more. No. I need one more. Okay. I thought I had 8. I miscounted. And also, I cannot imagine I'm alone in feeling that way about fear of missing out. I know a lot of people who... I don't know a lot of people who feel the exact same way I do, but I know a lot of people who have not started playing a game because they missed out on part of the content already. One example again is Destiny 2. I don't know if you play Destiny 2, but Destiny 2 has... they have discontinued it. This concept called content vaulting. With content vaulting, the content of the game is removed permanently from the game after a set amount of time. This already happened. This always happens to the season content. Destiny 2 is separated into 4 seasons, each with their own story and quest lines. The new one actually started a few days ago. I would stream it if my computer would permit me to. And they also sometimes oh, I need to hit the thing, not the I need to hit this, right? Yes. Insufficient energy. Got it. I'll get more, no worries. It is on. So the 4 story quest lines get removed immediately at the end of an expansion, which, you know, already is sad. But every expansion, they also end up removing 1 or 2 areas from the game entirely. In the voting process. And when they remove an area that contains a main story quest, obviously they are going to have to remove that quest too, in its entirety. And with the release of the current expansion, The Witch Queen, which is my second favorite Destiny 2 expansion so far, they removed an area called the Tangled Shore. The Tangled Shore contained part of the quest line for my favorite Destiny 2 expansion. I don't want to fight this guy. Can I just leave and come back and then do it? And do you know what that means? My favorite story in all of Destiny is no longer in Destiny. Do I need to fight this asshole? Can I just kind of... No. Oh, he has a trigger right there. Oh my god. Hold on. Let me just heal up real quick then. My Yanfei has been a bit hurt. Let's say it like that.
My apologies. Motion to compel. Now you shall perish.
Go, Raiden.
There is no escape. Whirling snow.
Can't handle your drink.
Boom boom. Embrace the ice.
Ayaka, Yanfei, and then just bonk it. And then full stack Raiden. And then I'm not ignoring the fights for difficulty's sake. Let's be clear. I'm doing it because I think fighting is boring. Ooh. All turned on. Oh. Ah, that's cool. I turned it on. Oh no!
Illusion shattered.
An abyss guy. Man. Dude.
Shine down.
Pew pew.
Boom boom.
Look at you.
But I'm so happy I have Diana. Diana's very integral to my build's concept. Because she's both shielding, healing, and ice. So she works incredibly well for my class concept, for my build concept. Also, oh no, he has a water shield. Whatever will I do? Ah, the poor guy. He had a water shield. Whatever will I do? Constantly freezes him. The crystal thing is... Oh my gosh. It made a hole. It was a bomb. Okay, suddenly a lot cleaner. Hole, very good. Terminal acidity. You mean lucidity? Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Small problems, yeah. Are we going to have an entire thing now where we talk 15 times about how she should take a break? And that it's fine? Like how we talked about Bomb Guy for 15 fucking years, and then it was fine? Yes, very good. I will persist no matter what. No, you will not. The king of the land of understatements. Just like fish should rest. Yes. Fish should rest. I like Songonomiya. I actually really like her. I think she's a good character. She's smart and cute. Both. If she was strong, like physically strong, that'd be the holy trifecta of things I like. Oh my god, that's a deep hole. That is a deep fucking hole. Ah.
What the? It's a city?
Voiced. Oh my god, this is cool.
A whole city that's floating.
Anti-tower, is it you?
Upside down?
That is not... I was not expecting to go to Anti-tower today.
Look at this place. Doesn't it remind you of something?
My instant impulse was Candria.
Wait, what was it again?
Yeah, the deferred statue.
It's just like that. Just as strange, just as upside down, and just as spooky. In which case, maybe whatever's going on in the chasm really is connected to the Abyss Order. Oh, we gotta get to the bottom of this.
Huh. Potter. There he is! I was expecting that.
The feeling is mutual. I certainly hadn't expected to meet you here either.
Long time no see, Dane. Wait, but how did you suddenly end up here in the chasm?
The chasm? So we're in the depths of the chasm, are we? Interesting. This is one place where I have never set foot before.
I like him.
I understand how you must feel. Last time we met suddenly and parted hastily. Now our paths cross again. Fate, it seems, owes you an explanation.
I like him too. Like, I like him a lot. I also like his Japanese voice. I know the Japanese voice because Dineslave is the narrator of the Travails trailer in all languages. So you can listen to him there. But I like his English a lot.
That much should be self-explanatory. I came upon the trail of another Abyss Herald recently and began pursuing it. Unfortunately, I got as far as cornering him before he resorted to the same trick that they all do. I was hot on his heels when I followed him through the portal, but as usual, it was to no avail. It took me to the wrong place. Correct. Based on my recent experiences, I can only conclude that the Abyss's portals are not simply pathways from point A to point B, but gateways to an entire network. Where they emerge on the other side is their choice. It can be anywhere within the network.
Sounds kinda similar to how teleport waypoints work.
In short, though I was right behind your twin last time when I entered that portal, the next moment that I realized where I was all alone, back in the ruins known as Storm Terror's lair.
Oh yeah, about that. Whatever happened to the Eye of the First Field Tiller?
It's in a safe place. You can be sure that I will learn the truth of the Loom of Fate operation sooner than it could ever fall into the Abyss Order's hands. Huh. So that title stuck in your memory.
It did.
I by no means went out of my way to conceal it from you. It once stood for the glory of Kanria, but now it is but a cruel joke. My curse to bear. Twilight Sword was my title as captain of the Royal Guards when I witnessed the destruction of my entire homeland firsthand. I believe my reluctance to raise it in conversation is quite justified.
Sounds like your brother was right.
What's the
We
history?
were travel partners. We both partook in a painful journey of searching for our fate. But regrettably, we did not make it to the journey's end together. Before you continue questioning me, I ought to warn you. If my suspicions regarding the portal network are correct, then the fact that there is a portal leading here tells us that the Abyss Order has their eyes on this location.
You mean the Abyss Order is plotting something here? Actually, Paimon and the Traveler suspected that too.
I mean that it's highly likely that even as we speak, the Abyss Order is watching our every move.
Don't say that! You're giving Paimon goosebumps.
A wise choice. There appears to be light from a fire coming from near that rocky wall. Let's take a look.
Melted little. Very good. He is very sexy indeed. That should be... Yes. That means we now divert from the side quest we've been doing in favor of the Archon quest.
There are signs of hilly churl activity here. Could these be the hilly churls the requester was talking about?
Requester? In fact, hold on. You still haven't told me what you're doing here. I doubt that most travelers would have any reason to venture down this way.
We took a commission from the Adventurers Guild to investigate the chasm. Apparently a whole load of hilly churls have been gathering here, and the requester wants to know why. And now it looks like we finally found our first clue.
Do you want the answer?
Huh? You mean you know something about this?
As it happens, I do.
Does anything have to do with the Upside Down
It's
City?
understandable that you did not perceive anything unusual. What makes this place so strange is that the environment here weakens the effect of the curse.
Curse? Oh, Paimon remembers. Last time you guys were saying that Conria's people were cursed to immortality or something.
For centuries, I have suffered daily from the curse that was laid upon me. But here, I suddenly feel a small amount of relief from this suffering. And right here, right now, I can feel my body sending a strong message to me. It is telling me, stay.
So, this place weakens the curse? That's pretty incredible. But how?
That I shall need to investigate. But to the best of my knowledge, the Abyss Order does not have the technology to achieve this. Indeed. Do you know why Hilichurls wear masks? It's to hide their appearance, lest they catch sight of their reflection in a body of water. Compared to how they remember themselves, it is a terrible sight to behold. One that the curse of immortality denies death to those afflicted with it. And yet, it does not truly mean that they will never die.
So, you mean there's a way to undo it?
No. I mean that the body and soul will continue to be eroded until they are virtually non-existent, even if death is not the form that this erosion takes.
That's a concept that Rex Lapis also talked about.
When the Hilichurls realize that the end is nigh for them, it seems their instinct is to seek out a calm and dark corner of the world in which to finally say goodbye to the centuries of suffering they have endured. And of all the places they could lay down to rest, one that can ease the effects of their curse would surely be their first choice.
The erosion is really interesting.
Wow. That's so...
Conversation's over. Brace yourselves.
What is it?
We're under attack.
Oh no!
Shine down.
Ooh!
Take flight.
It's a bit rude.
Can't handle your drink.
Sakura swirl. Illusion shadow. Incinerate. Torn to oblivion.
Woo!
Shine down.
Pixels! Yeah! Woo!
Whirling snow.
Yes, my combo is a lot on low res. I'm pretty sure. Oh, you live? Why? I killed you.
Take flight.
Look at you, Boozle.
Kamisato art. Soretsu. Invisible evidence. Incinerate.
Ayaka's brother.
What were those? And why did they attack us all of a sudden?
Do you want him as a character or like, you know?
Black Serpent Knights. They once belonged to the Royal Guard of Conria.
Wait a second. Royal Guard? So, they used to be your troops?
Yes, they were. But now, the curse engulfs them.
Very
and they
good.
fight with none of the honor they once had.
Because they've become pawns of the Abyss now?
Let's continue on.
Wait, Dane!
Seems we missed one. Wait, stand down. There's something different about this one. It's disappeared.
What the heck? What was going on with that one? Was it trying to say something?
How is this possible? How could he have retained self-awareness for 500 years without it? But more importantly, why did he seem so familiar? That would be a miraculous outcome indeed for a cataclysm that brought total doom and destruction. Or perhaps it was just a coincidence. We should press onward to the city.
It's past end time, but I want to at least play some of the story I'm here for. Nah, I'm prepared. I'm always prepared. I played Final Fantasy.
Energy surrounding the city. We can't go any further.
There's no way this game can throw something worse at me than Final Fantasy XIV.
Guess there should be a mechanism or something around here, right? Traveler, looks like it's time to get into ruin exploring mode.
Puzzle
Don't
time.
waste your time.
Aww.
Conria's technology, abyssal power. Two things I couldn't be more familiar with. They're just cheap tricks to me.
Okay, so the Abyss Order really is trying to hide something here, right?
Aww.
It seems like he really understands what's going on here. No wonder the Abyss Order doesn't want him around.
Not necessarily. The closer we draw, the more I am inclined to conclude that these ruins belong to a more ancient civilization still. The Abyss Order simply got to them before anyone else.
Even older than Conria? Whoa.
Ooh.
I can't even imagine back that far.
That said, the architecture here does somewhat resemble that of Conria. At least, it would if it were the other way up. Let's head toward the light over there. Mind your footing on the way ahead. It's a long way down.
I now identify as an obscure energy barrier, so Dine can open me. Very good. Oh no, more enemies. I can walk exactly 2 meters.
Is this where they're based? Or wait, are they guarding something here?
We are likely drawing near to whatever the Abyss Order is trying to hide. Let's take them out first.
My apologies. I'm a rock. Boom! Now you shall perish. Shine down.
Pew 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 pew. Ah, this is such a cool ultimate.
You having your drink?
There is no escape. Incinerate. Time for your arraignment. Shine down. Whirling snow.
Motion to go. Look, vines. You should be able to climb up, right?
Maybe.
Oh no! More black serpent knights!
No.
Huh? They're not coming after us. Are they just trying to scare us off? Huh. These knights seem like they're hiding something behind them.
Hold on, I think they...
They're coming! Quick, get them!
Oh no.
My apologies. Sakura swirl. Illusion shattered. Torn to oblivion. Shine down! Ha!
Yeah, Diana special!
Whirling snow! Boom boom! My apologies! Illusion shattered! Incinerate! Breath of the flame!
Ooh. Fire! Die!
Motion to compel! Now you shall perish! Shine
Yeah,
down.
no. Worked a lot on this. It doesn't work well for boss fights though.
Can't handle your drink.
Take flight!
Surprisingly. You'd think they should, but they don't.
That was the last of them. Now, let's see what it was they were trying to hide.
Hilly Charles. They just kind of hang out here.
What's this?
So, the Black Serpent Knights have nothing to do with the Abyss Order's secret. Huh. I should have guessed.
So, what exactly is going on with these hilly churls?
As I said, for these hilly churls, the end is nigh. They have grown old and fearful of the light, even become one with the darkness. And yet the curse continues to corrode them.
But why would the Black Serpent Knights want to stay here and guard them?
Hmm.
More of them are closing in!
Let's try to avoid them.
It's him! The guy that came out of nowhere and disappeared again!
The dude.
And now they're retreating! Did he just order them to do that?
Just like a...
Halfdan?
Whoa, whoa! What? You recognize him?
Could it be? If it's as I suspect, then this is a truly tragic state of affairs.
Oh no.
You want to know why they were gathered here guarding the hilly churls, don't you? It's because as far as the Black Serpent Knights are concerned, they're simply doing their duty. The one who ordered them to retreat just now, I suddenly recognized him. I knew him as a young man, an elite in the royal guard of old. His name is Halfdan.
So, he's from 500 years ago too?
To this day, I still remember the final orders I, the Twilight Sword, gave to Halfdan on the day of disaster in Khaenri'ah, before I made haste back to the palace. Inform all Black Serpent Knights to protect the people of Khaenri'ah at all costs. Because we, of course, were royal guards. But this would mean nothing in the events that followed. Royals, gentry, common folk, these identities made no difference. Against the might of the gods, the only identity that mattered was being from Khaenri'ah. These Black Serpent Knights have lost their intellect, but perhaps, in whatever remains of their minds, they are still protecting the people of Khaenri'ah. If you see these ruins as Khaenri'ah in the throes of disaster, and these hilly churls as the people crying for help, then suddenly, I can make sense of what I'm hearing. Their growls are less of a threat and more of a warning.
Then, what are they saying?
Though it is barely discernible, I can just about make it out. They keep repeating a word from the old language of Khaenri'ah. Even I have to admit, the fact their will is strong enough to survive 500 years of erosion. It is nothing short of a miracle, born from hopelessness.
So, Paimon had them all wrong.
It doesn't matter. Even I took them for enemies for a moment. Let's keep heading toward the light at the top. I believe the Black Serpent Knights will no longer try to stop us.
But that's good. Over there. Oh, there. Got it. Oh, maybe not. Mora! How? Where? Huh? What? Up here, maybe? Also no. What? Ah. It usually doesn't like doing that. I'm following the Sealy. Good bean. Small.
Sure enough, we aren't seeing any more black serpent knights. Guess that half-Dan guy really did recognize Captain Dave.
Oh my god. This is brilliant. It's my favorite waypoint in the entire game now. More helichurls. Hello.
More hilly churls, and they look...
I don't know if I feel bad per se. Thing is, they were barely holding on to sanity as it stands. But I wonder if they are cursed for immortality. If I can even kill them. You know? Do they really die if they are killed? Is my question.
Dane, why so quiet?
I'm just thinking, nothing more. If you're trying to console me, I can assure you there is no need.
Fine.
Money. Also, there's the question if reversing the curse is possible.
Sealing this room off. Looks like we can finally head to the room in the center. Come on, let's go.
Do they really need a cutscene for this?
Look, up there.
What? No way.
The pool is upside down. Oh, wow. This is a pretty amazing place.
This is Anti-Tower.
Do you have any idea at all how it works?
The pool must be part of the entire city structure. A relic of this ancient civilization. And more importantly, it is the very thing that is weakening the curse. Here, my whole body feels more at peace than it has in a long time. The effect is stronger here than it was before. And I think it's because that water pool has something akin to a cleansing effect.
Cleansing? So that means the water in that pool can wash away the curse for good?
No, that would be impossible.
How are you so sure?
I have lived with this curse for 500 years, and I have been fully conscious the entire time. Suffice to say, no one understands the curse like I do. It is a way of branding us at the level of the fate of the world itself. When a god applies a curse, It takes effect at a higher level of reality than the person themselves. Even now, I can feel the curse slowly permeating my entire being, becoming part of me, slowly but surely replacing me. Perhaps it may be possible to suppress the corrosive effect of the curse for a time, but cleansing it entirely, consider it tantamount to burning away an integral part of your body. It is not a process that one could ever hope to survive.
Cleansing the curse cost you your life? Whoa. An irreversible curse. Paimon can't even imagine.
In any case, I can feel that the water's cleansing effect is not nearly potent enough. At most, it might suppress the curse, but a little.
So, what's that contraption there? It looks kind of out of place.
Frankly, I have never seen a device of this design before either. It is not unreasonable to suspect that it could belong to the Abyss Order. But what could they be planning to do here?
Door.
That gave Paimon a fright. So, all the doors are open now?
Dorime. He is.
Halfdan's back again?
Halfdan, do you have something to say to me?
That's a no.
He ran off, but he didn't disappear like last time.
He's indicating that we should follow him. Are you coming?
True.
Yeah, sure.
So, we going then?
Yes. Paimon.
Halfdan jumped down over there. Let's follow him.
See, you also kind of get, let's say, accustomed to Paimon existing when you play this game for long enough. You just kind of grow used to the annoying voice and you kind of zone it out. Just like, ah, yes. What is this high-pitched noise?
Perhaps whatever lies ahead is what he wants us to see. Let's keep going.
A chest! Hog!
There are more signs of hilichurl activity here.
Oh, I want that thing. I want that crystal. Wee. Luminous stuff.
Is that way into the hilichurl camp? Let's go see. It's a humble hilichurl camp. Oh, these hilichurls look like they're in pretty bad shape too. Some of them look like they've already taken their final breath. Is this what Halfdan wanted to show us?
I think so.
Whether it is or not, everything here is worth investigating in detail. Inspect the area. Leave no stone unturned.
Investigate.
Hilichurls usually store food in crates like these, but these seem pretty much empty. Even if they don't need to eat. There's even a bonfire here. Like what Wait, but wasn't Dane saying that hilichurls get scared of the light when they reach the very end of... Maybe. In the very, very end.
Maybe.
How did that flower get this far underground? Did someone bring it in memory of the deceased hilichurls?
I know that flower. These flowers don't grow in Teyvat.
Hey, now that you mention it, Paimon thinks it looks kind of familiar too.
It is the national flower of Canria, the Intivat. It once
Maybe-
bloomed all over the nation. It would only last 2 weeks before
Or
wilting.
did, rather.
But if you were to pluck one and take it out of Canria, the petals would stop growing and turn hard. Only when it finally returned to its home soil would the petals grow soft once more, and finally turn to dust. So the Intivat is a symbol for a wanderer far from home, signifying the tenderness of the homeland.
So for this flower to get here, it must have been brought from...
Like, I know this flower. I have one.
Your Highness, so the proposal finally has your blessing?
In focusing single-mindedly on confronting the heavenly principles, we neglected our original mission, the revival of the homeland. I should not have been so indecisive.
The device is almost ready. We await your command.
What are the chances of succeeding?
Theoretically speaking, approximately.
Forget it. Even a 1%
Yay.
chance is enough.
Both
Too
of them,
long
even.
have we dwelt in the abyss. Surely they would rather return to the natural cycle of life and death as soon as possible than continue to exist as they are, without a shred of dignity. They cannot be made to continue paying the price for those so-called sins.
The Order is most fortunate to be graced with your decision.
Ether!
No. See, they both got to work. Let's go.
You saw something, didn't you? Can you tell me what it was?
Yeah, you zoned out for quite a while there.
Huh. Well, people do say that twins have a special connection. It
Oh,
sounds
yeah.
as if they are attempting to make use of certain equipment to cleanse the curse. It could well be the device we saw earlier. And you say he mentioned the revival of the homeland, correct? No surprise there. Stubborn as ever.
Where would it even
appears
be?
As if the Abyss Order plans to use this location to cleanse the hilly churls of their curse and restore them to the way they once were. Then, they will serve as the foundation for reviving the nation of Canria. After all, there can be no nation without a people. It is the height of foolishness. They have no chance of success, not even a 1% chance. I told you already that no one knows this curse better than I, having lived with it for 500 years. There is no redemption. There is no undoing the curse. Trying to remove it by force will achieve nothing but to inflict further suffering. So make sure you are clear in your mind. You have to tell yourself, they are no longer human. If you cling to false hope and allow yourself to become too emotionally invested, the only way is down. You will end up just like them, mired in hypocrisy. Save your strength for something worth saving. Oh? But of course, I am merely someone you hired for a task, while he is your brother. It is only natural for you to side with him. But whatever decision you make cannot deter me from mine. My chosen path is to stop the Abyss. If we have reached an impasse, then perhaps this is where we should say...
I choose to believe you. But that doesn't mean I completely trust you. 1% chance of redemption.
It seems that the 3 questions I put to you on our first meeting were worthwhile. You have developed your own individual views on this world. Very well. Since you have volunteered your true thoughts on this matter, I shall not hide mine from you. Right now, I have a more immediate agenda than stopping the Abyss. That is to say, the Abyss's actions here directly dishonor the final wishes of Halfdan and my other compatriots. I cannot allow this to proceed. The Abyss may appear at any moment.
Maybe.
Be on your guard at all times as we proceed.
I doubt it, but maybe.
Down city from here too.
Wait, watch out!
What's going on? Is that light coming from the room in the center? It's too bright!
The mutation is continuing. Has the Abyss made its move already?
Genshin, I see your incessant meddling continues, and that you have once again joined forces with our Highness's kin.
Sup? Can you say my brother I said hi?
Not in time to control your
I miss him.
exit from the network, and it sent you here of all places. This was a catastrophic error.
I am surprised that you dare to face me. You ran like a coward last time.
Our Highness's will must be done. All interferences must be removed, whatever the price to pay. This time, the curse that torments our people must be undone, once and for all.
The music is fantastic, by the way.
Torment them.
Oh shit.
There is nothing else left of those hilly churls. Nothing besides the curse itself.
Say what you wish. I am going nowhere, Dainsliff.
Then you will give your life just to delay the inevitable. How absurd. But since you wish to persist, then so be it. You really think you can use that device beneath the pool to cleanse this curse?
Do not underestimate the ways of the Abyss. That light cannot provide the cleansing effects of the water Lord tenfold, but 100-fold.
Then I overestimated you. This plan is even cruder than I thought.
Illusion shattered. Inazuma shines eternal.
Motion to compel.
The music is so good. The music is what keeps coming me back to the game together with the story.
Shine down.
Look at you!
Kamisato art. Selective. Breath of the flame. Motion to compel. Whirling snow.
And free scummed again.
You've been hunting this Abyss Herald for ages. Now you finally got him.
This
There's no
is
time
so
to
funny.
celebrate. The Abyss Order's device is activating, but there's still time to destroy it.
All right, let's go.
Probably not today, though. Chest.
shall treasure this good fortune.
Do you really have to climb back up there? Oh no, there's a... Wait, no, where's that? I don't know, that might be too far down. Oh no, wait, that should be the one that's upside down in the one place. Yeah. Oh, random portal. And every time I touch, I use the portal.
Look, the amplification device.
Whoa! Holy shit!
Am I too late? They're in agony. This is no way for them to meet their end. Find a way to stop that thing.
Yo!
Don't do it!
That's a good cutscene. Damn. That's a really good cutscene.
I thought he would have been turned to ashes in an instant. Halfdan's soul is extraordinarily resilient.
Meddling fool! Encumber us no more!
Don't you have a greater encumbrance to worry about? Come on. This is your grand opportunity to get rid of me. Take him out and deactivate the device.
Behold! The abyss has come.
Take flight.
Has it now?
There is no escape.
Of grace.
Ow!
Pew pew. Whirling snow.
Light shine. Here.
Incinerate. Let's go. Let's go.
The gifts of
Take
grace.
Oh, really getting hit by this asshole turns... Yeah. This fucker reduces the charge on the abilities when he hits you. Oh, that's annoying.
Shine down.
Why would you do that?
Boom boom. Take flight. Torn to oblivion. There is no escape.
By holy
Erase all threats.
proclamation.
Embrace the ice.
Yeah.
Shall set you free.
Incinerate.
Hear ye the word of joy.
Ow, 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 ow! Stop it, you bitch!
Boom boom.
The power
Take flight. Incinerate.
What is that guy's voice lines, by the way? Like, damn! Fanatic much? Ah, yes. The thing. The heal place. It is in the cutscene. Optimal.
No! As long as the device is active, the cursed are rendered powerless. Only you can take on the abyss. If you value his sacrifice, then do not waste any more time here. See all these rays of light and portals? They must have installed several of these energy devices in various locations. Find them, quickly!
So, we have to go through these abyss portals? Hey! Wait for Paimon!
Wait! No. No, wait. Only leave. Portal. Touch. Oh, God. Okay, not a fan. Ow. I'll probably die. You know what? Let's do that part later. By later, I mean in another stream. No! Let me the fuck out of here. I need a fucking waypoint, please. Just take this one. I like Rito. Rito. It's pretty nice. Okay. It's late enough by now. I think this is where we're going to end stream for today. After spending an hour in fish, 2 hours in hole, we finally managed to find the story. Let's go. I am sleepy too. I actually don't know when we will continue this. Because tomorrow the new Zdorika chapter hits. So we're gonna play that. If I have the thing. I don't have enough. I can do the normal wish though. Just twice. Blue. And blue. Alright. Wait, hold on. Nope, still not enough.
Inactivity serves no purpose.
That amounts to about 115. No luck. Anyway, I hope you had a good time on this stream. And I will see you tomorrow for Zdorika. Not Mirage. Aurora. Chapter 3? 4? 4. Good night.